Yo, what's up, everyone? We are live. Sorry about the lateness. Just getting a couple things done at home. All right, but we are here for Anthony Joshua against Jermaine Franklin. All right. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, smash the like button if you do like the content. All right, support the channel. Hit that like button for me real quick. All right. Everyone that's in the comment section, come through, say what's up, check in, let me know that you are here, and we'll get started, man. All right, so today's card, we got a pretty solid undercard. Nothing crazy, nothing great, but we got a couple good fights. We got Ammo Williams on the undercard. We got Fabio Wardley against Michael Coffey on the undercard. And who else we got here? Hmm. Who else we got on the undercard? Who else haven't fought yet? Galal Yafai is on the card. Did he fight already? I thought he fought. What's good, everybody? What's up, everyone that's joining us? Light Skin Business, what's up? Hybrid, Scott, what's happening? Goat YouTubian, what's up? Pocket, what's good with you? All right. So yeah, we are on the main card right now. All right. The main card starts 2 p.m. Eastern, which is what it is right now. But they've been showing undercard fights all morning. So we are getting, I think we're just now beginning the main card. I don't think Joshua and Franklin is not coming out until about 5:30 p.m. Eastern. So we have like 3 hours before that fight comes on. What's up, Chase Money? What's good with you? Ralph says Franklin got this. Okay. Got you. All right. Anybody in here thinks that Franklin got a real chance of winning this fight today? Let me know in the comments outside of Ralph. Is anyone else expecting Franklin to come in and pull off the upset today? Randy said nope. Yo, but I saw the weigh-in yesterday. Did you guys see my breakdown? You know, I didn't talk about too much on a technical level, but what I did say though is that Franklin needs to come in at least, no more than 245. He actually went down to 235, which is where he used to weigh before that layoff he had. All right. So all those fights that we saw like earlier in his career, mostly in the 230s or 240 or something like that, he actually made weight and he actually looked great at the weigh-in. I thought in the Dillian White fight he was way too heavy. I mean, he probably wanted to put on the extra pounds so he could take the punches better. But I thought he was too slow. I thought he didn't throw, the amount of combinations and punches that I've seen him throw in the past. And I like the fact that he came down. Now, a lot of people are going to say his punch resistance is going to be bad against AJ. I really don't think it matters, bro. I think, honestly, I really don't think it matters if, whether he was heavier or not. AJ, he cracks you with a clean shot. Most likely you're going to get hurt anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I really didn't think it mattered whether or not he was heavier or not. I think for Franklin, offensively, he needed to have his quick hands. We've seen the comparison. We heard the comparisons to Andy Ruiz a little bit. I think his hands need to be quick, and I think he needed to be lighter. I think hand speed was the key thing for this fight. AJ, on the other hand, he comes in the heaviest he's ever been. I think he's a pound over what he weighed against Carlos Takam back in the day. All right, let me go down this box rec. So he's been coming in the 230s and the 240s recently. All right, the last time he came in at over 250, he was fighting Carlos Takam, where he came at 254. And then Klitschko, came in at 250. All right, so a lot of people thought that he would never go back up this high in weight. This fight here, he's over 255. And I don't know. I guess we just got to wait and see how he's going to look because He's with Derrick James now, and I mean, I'm sure that was part of the plan to come in heavier. I'm sure he's going to stay heavy. You know, Derrick James probably was like, yo, you're a big man. You're a big, strong, powerful man. You need to come in heavy. You need to come in with the attitude that you're going to knock someone out. I think the only con that we've seen in AJ fights is that he's been a bit slower and his conditioning has been off when he came in heavy. We've seen him get burned out against Takam, and we've seen him get burned out against Klitschko as well. You know, but what's up, Deuce? I see you. Shout out to everyone that's coming in here. Clarence, I see you. Gabriel, what's happening? What's up, Red? Randy asked me, do I think he goes 7.5? Nah. I don't think he meets the 6th round. You know, that's what I predicted before the fight. I don't think AJ, I don't think Franklin, regardless of weight and all that, I don't think Franklin makes it to the 6th round. Nah, I'm not watching the Adesanya fight later. I mean, you know what? I might. I don't think I'm ordering the pay-per-view though. You know, because I'm not gonna watch the whole card. I might jump on later for the Ramirez Dog Bay fight, but I don't think I'm gonna watch the full pay-per-view card. I gotta see how I'm feeling later on. I might change my mind. I don't know. Brad said AJ might win this, but I'm rooting for Franklin. Franklin got a good chin. Am I covering Robesi against Dog Bay? Yeah, like I just said, I might jump on later. I'm not really sure, but I'll probably jump on later. You know, but just like towards the end, I'm not gonna do the entire card or anything like that. Because by the time this is done, this fight is done, and I do like a post-fight review and all that, it's gonna be close to the top rank card. You know, so I'm gonna take a little break, and then I'll probably jump on later tonight because I do want to see the Robesi Ramirez Dogbe fight. But for that fight, I'm predicting another knockout by Ramirez. I think Ramirez is gonna stop him like anytime, like the 9th round or after that. Like I think he's gonna stop him late in the fight. That's my prediction for that. All right. So we got Ammo Williams against Wilson Bent. Let me see. Hold on. Who's this opponent real quick? Let me check this card out. Now I thought that yeah, I thought Felix Cash was supposed to be on this undercard here. Whatever happened to that? Or did he fight already? Nah, he's not on the card. I want to see that fight. I want to see Ammo Williams and Felix Cash fight each other. You know, I'm not familiar with the opponent tonight, Wilson Bent. All right, but you know, I do want to see that fight between Austin Williams and Felix Cash. That should be a good fight. You know, especially all that little shoving match they had the last time they was on the same card. Star Fox, good looking out. They trying to start a GoFundMe for the other fight though, the Inoue Fulton fight. And that's a problem with traveling. Right? Because look, let's say I booked that flight and that trip to Japan, and we see that the fight has already been postponed. You know, the fight is not going to be until July now. So this is what I mean about booking flights and trips for these fights, and these guys get injured. You know, look what's happening with Virgil Ortiz and Stanionis. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of these fights I want to travel to. Excuse me. You know, I want to travel to some of these fights, but looks, boxing is way too reliable, man, especially when it comes to travel. See, if they at least they reschedule a fight in New York or local for me, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'll just go on the new, the new fight date. But traveling across the world for a fight that gets canceled, I mean, not you going in the UK is not so bad because they already did that with the AJ fight when he was supposed to fight Dillian White in the rematch originally before he fought Jared Miller. I was supposed to go to a fight for that trip, and that was canceled. Imagine going to Japan and they cancel the fight with Inoue. That's crazy. The UK is not so bad because I like going out there anyway, and I'll just enjoy the trip. But going to Japan, that would have been crazy. That would have been crazy. Now I want to go to Japan anyway to experience Japan, but I mean, if I go on a specific time, a specific week, I'm going for the fight. So we got about 3 fights until the main event. All right. So we have the current fight that's on now. And I believe we got about like 2 more fights after this one, I think. Oh, nah. Campbell Hatton is on this card too, and I don't think he fought yet. So damn, we got 4 more fights into the main fight. All right. Goat says Virgil know that L is coming. I thought Virgil was going to win, but I thought it was going to be a tough fight anyway. Yeah, Deuce, you remember that? Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Yeah, I flew out there to the UK the first time in 2019, and that fight got canceled, But, I did that super early, though. The fight wasn't official yet or anything like that. But they had booked Wembley for that date that I went, and they end up, like, not fighting, But, I mean, I ended up seeing AJ when he came to New York anyway. Yeah, Japan is going to be crazy, but I've been trying to go to Japan for years. That's always been like my number one, like one of my top tier favorite, like, one most desired places to go. I still just haven't gone out there yet. Do I think Hitchens take the Argasia fight? I really don't know. I'm going to have to do field study for that one. I can't tell you off the top of the head. Kyle says, I'm going to Japan for the fight. It's no other reason to go. For me, I want to experience Japan, and I want to stay out there for a minute. Like, I want to go out there for like 10 days, to be honest. What's up, Nicholas? Red said Japan is nice. I lived in Okinawa for a while. Yeah, hybrid. I knew one of y'all was gonna ask me, man, about I know Loma and Haney. Honestly, to be honest, I think I'm gonna do that breakdown early, like I used to do. I think I'm doing that breakdown maybe within the next week or so, because I already started doing field study for that. Simply because I really don't know who's gonna win that one. I'm really 50-50 on that one. I'm super 50-50 on that one because I feel like, I think, well, first of all, I always thought Loma would win the fight. I know Evan Haney wanted the fight earlier and stuff like that, but at the time that Haney wanted it, I didn't think Haney would beat Lomachenko. All right. I'm thinking like now, after his most recent fights, I think his shot is better. I think he has a better shot. He's gained more experience. He's grown. He's gotten better. Loma has gotten a little older. You know what I'm saying? He struggled. He lost to Teofimo. He struggled a little bit against what's his name? Is it Jermaine Ortiz? Jermaine Ortiz? Ortiz's last name? Yeah, Jermaine Ortiz. So I'm leaning I was leaning towards Haney because of the time. But I started doing film study like a couple days ago when it first got announced and they had their presser. I just don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Haney don't have a lot of experience with southpaws. And he had one against Jojo Diaz recently. And Jojo is nothing, like he's so many levels below Loma that it's not even like comparable, you know? So with that being said, I'm just not sure, man. I'm just not sure. I think Haney beating him, I think his chances are better now, like I said, due to timing. But I think Loma, like, it's hard to really prepare for someone that is going to be that's going to move the way he does, that brings oppression the way he does. I'm not sure, man. But I love the fight. I had tweeted the other day, I said that I'm so much more looking forward to this fight, more so than Tank against Ryan, simply because as much as I personally like Tank, I really don't even know how good Ryan really is, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? I don't look at that as a legacy fight. I look at it as a big pay-per-view, but I don't look at it as a legacy fight. This is the thing too with Lomachenko. The two losses that he has on his record. One of them, the first one to Salido, yeah, all the low blows involved in that fight. Salido weighing as heavy as a welterweight, not the best performance of Loma. Second professional fight. Didn't seem to really know what to do, even with all that amateur experiences, 400 fights and all that. He seemed to not really know what to do in that situation, and he lost. The loss to Teofimo Lopez. I think the loss was legit. I know Loma's game plan was to attack later in the fight, and I do believe that he fought cautiously simply because Teofimo Lopez was dangerous. He had a lot of power. He was fresh in the early rounds, but he had that shoulder surgery, and people feel like the only reason why he lost that fight is because he wasn't 100%. I'm the type that, like, listen, we're not going to give any excuses, but let's just say his shoulder really affected his performance in that fight. You got to think about things like that, when it comes to picking the fights and the winners of these fights. Even though I think Devin Haney might be a little bit more skilled than Teofimo Lopez, not having that power, that dangerous one-punch knockout power is a big deal when it comes to like the approach these fighters or Loma's going to take in those two fights. Because Loma fought the fight with Teo very, very cautiously. He even said that his game plan was to come in, let him burn out fast, take over in the second half, which he did. I gave Teo the last round. Devin Haney is not the same approach. Like Devin Haney, he's a guy that's trying to outbox you. He's not knocking you out. Let's be real. He's not a fighter that's knocking the top tier fighters. He's not knocking any of them out. You know what I'm saying? So there's a different kind of danger there. You just got to ask yourself which fight was the more troubling fight matchup going into the fight. I said that Teofimo Lopez was going to be Loma's toughest challenge going into that fight. And he was. But no one's giving him the credit because people feels that Lomachenko was injured going into the fight. So it's really hard to call. But if Loma's 100% going into this fight, again, it's a different kind of fight. It's a different kind of fight, man. You know, the one thing I've before I've started doing any film study, I've been like recently, I've been leaning towards Devin Haney to win. I've been leaning towards him to win, you know. But if you get past his jab, you got a really good shot in beating him. If you can really get past his jab, it's you can beat him. I think Loma will have what it takes to beat him. You know, his like I said, his pressure, his angles, very very good. But you know, the jab and Haney, if he can control the distance, um, if he does a good job controlling distance and staying on the outside and keeping Loma at the end of his jab for the most part, he'll do a good job. If not, you know, unfortunately, and I'll say this, I'm gonna be real. I think that if Haney wins the fight, a lot of the fight is gonna involve him keeping Loma on the outside, you know, dominating with his jab and holding while they're on the inside. You know, I'm not. I love Devin Haney, but I don't think he can really trade in exchange with Loma on the inside. You know, because that's where Loma is going to want to be. You know, he's not going to be trying to stay in a pocket, but he's going to be wanting to get in close to do his work. And Haney, I can see Haney just trying to hold him and just control him, you know, and stay on the outside. You know, he's not going to really want to mix it up with Lomachenko on the inside. I think, again, Loma, even though he gets hit, defense is on point. You know, the reflexes, even at the older age, the angles going to be troubling. You know, it's a tough one to call. This is a tough one to call. Eddie Morales said, "What if Bayless is the ref?" Well, I see. I don't. That was funny. That was funny, but I don't want to go into excuses or anything like that, you know, because that is what I'm tired of. I feel like when it comes to Lomachenko, a lot of his hardcore fans don't believe he has a legit loss. You know, a lot of them don't believe. A lot of Lomachenko fans don't believe he has a legit loss on his record, which I don't agree with. You know, as great of a fighter as I think Loma is, I think he's beatable still. You know, I think everybody's beatable. You know, I never thought that Loma was unbeatable. He's beatable, you know, but he's extremely good. But as the fights go on, as he ages, right? As he begins to age, plus he's small at lightweight. We got to take that into account. He's small at lightweight. So he's aging. He's fighting guys that have seen him lost, seen different ways to beat him. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be harder and tougher for Loma from this point on in every single fight, you know? But yeah, I think it's going to be like Haney. Definitely going to try to keep him on the end of his jab. But, you know, Nakatani try to do the same thing. And I don't think Nakatani's as good as Devin Haney, but I do think he's good. Nakatani try to do it, you know. Loma got to him. You know, Loma definitely closed the gap on him and beat him up. You know, Luke Campbell tried to do the same thing. A lot of fighters at 135 was taller and bigger than him. You know, it's not like Loma can't close the gap. He could, but it was harder to do it with Tio because Tio has that explosive power. He had just knocked out Commey in 2 rounds. And I think that Loma probably felt his power so early in the fight, it made him be a lot more cautious on trying to engage him. I don't think Loma is going to have that same kind of fear fighting Devin Haney. You know, I think it's a true 50-50, man. You know, and I think also what makes it hard is when you're doing film study, I have to watch Jojo Diaz and Devin Haney. You know, I mean, I could watch a little bit of the Kambosos rematch because Kambosos was switching a lot, but he wasn't staying as a southpaw. You know, I remember Kambosos was just trying to be as awkward as possible, and he would switch to southpaw here and there, but he wasn't really attacking Haney as a southpaw. He would just switch and then switch back. You know, it was similar to like what Conor McGregor was doing when he fought Floyd. I think he was just trying to be as awkward as possible, and you know, just to try to throw Floyd off. And I think that Kambosos is trying to do the same thing. So Haney don't really got much like southpaw experience like that. You know? Ego said, hey, Wave, it's reported that Eubank's returning in the ring June versus Ben not 100% yet. Do you think it's too early for him after being KO'd a few months ago? Man, it's not too early. He's trying to get that bag. You know, Chris is trying to get the bag. You know, I feel like they're only doing it and forcing it now. They're trying to make the fight happen now because look what's happened since the original fight. Eubank took his first loss and a huge upset, and then kind of been, you know, has this, you know, drug issue going on. You know, I don't even want to say he tested positive anymore because I can't even say I don't even know what the real truth is to all of this. You know, you got one organization and another organization saying one thing. I don't really know what's going on with Conor Ben. Sugar asked me, Wave, hope you're having a great day. What are your thoughts on Wilder moving up to the #1 contender for WBA? I think Usyk doesn't fight Daniel Dubois. He might be mandated to fight Wilder next. To be honest, man, I wish they would do that. Seriously. I wish they would do that. Because I don't want to see Daniel Dubois against Alexander Usyk. Daniel Dubois should not be fighting Alexander Usyk ahead of Joe Joyce. You know, he just shouldn't be. You know, I know recently I've been talking about Triple D and acting like a hater. I just don't like the way they moved him like that. Like politics played a huge role on why he just randomly moved right back up to the top of the WBA. You know, I just don't believe that his opportunity to fight for a title should be ahead of Joe Joyce or Andy Ruiz or some of the other fighters. You know, you don't come off a knockout loss, beat Bogdan Dinu, all right, and then beat Trevor Bryan, who's another fighter that I feel like, how the hell did he get to the top of the WBA and then become the mandatory? Like, how do you even do that? How can you justify that? I want to see Usyk fight Raw. You know what? Let's make things clear, and I want to make it simple as possible. Whatever heavyweight fight that we haven't gotten between Fury, Joshua, Wilder, and Usyk, give me that over anything else. If you want to throw Joe Joyce in there, that's cool. Or Andy Ruiz, that's cool. I was cool with Wilder fighting Andy Ruiz, but for whatever reason, they couldn't work out everything else with the money. And sorry for the background noise if it's too loud. Give me any heavyweight fight with the top tier fighters that we haven't seen already. With those 6, mainly those 4 though. Joshua and Fury, we haven't gotten it yet. Let's get it. Fury against Usyk, that was supposed to happen. We didn't get it. If we're not going to give it, give me something we haven't seen. Give me Usyk and Wilder. Usyk and Wilder. You know, the reason why I like that fight is because it's a fight that I wasn't really expecting. It came out of left field, but it's a fight I want to see. You know, it makes sense. But I want Joshua Wilder. I would love Usyk and Wilder, and I would love Joshua against Tyson Fury. Like, make it happen. You know, like, listen, if Joshua wins this fight tonight, if you can set up the Tyson Fury fight now and get Usyk to fight Wilder, no, we're not getting undisputed, but we'll get some good fights. then I'm cool. I'm great. I'm good. Or they could try to get another shot, another opportunity at making Usyk and Tyson Fury and get us Joshua and Wilder. You know, I think it's very, very. I just don't see where Daniel Dubois fits into this scenario to me. Just doesn't belong. He doesn't belong. I want to see Daniel Dubois fight Dillian White. That's where I want. I don't want to see anything higher than that. Daniel Dubois against Dillian White. That's cool. Make that fight. You know, Daniel Dubois against Joseph Parker. That's cool. That's cool too. You know, Daniel Dubois against Philip Hergovic. That's good. That's like those are like Joe Joyce has proven to me that he belongs. He's in the area of getting a title shot, and so is Andy Ruiz, and that's all I want to see at this point. Zeus says he actually thinks Wilder would beat Usyk, but that's why I want to see the fight. You know, that's why I want to see the fight. You know, I think the bet is easy for that one. It's either Wilder by knockout or Usyk by decision. You know, Usyk wins on points or Wilder wins on knockout. Yo, another thing with Usyk too that he doesn't get much credit for is his chin doesn't give enough praise as a cruiserweight fighting the top tier cruiserweights and beating all of them, and then going up to heavyweight and beating Chisora, you know, and beating Joshua twice without going down or being badly hurt. It says a lot about his chin. He doesn't get enough credit for his chin. His chin is phenomenal. You know, even as a smaller guy, when have we really seen him hurt? You know? All right. We got a while before all you guys that's just checking in. We got a while. We got a few more fights before AJ and Jermaine Franklin. You know, so AJ and Chisora, you know, Chisora, I know Chisora has a lot of losses, but we've seen who he was able to knock out and hurt throughout the years. And then AJ, we've seen who he's been able to knock out throughout the years. I mean, he knocked out Klitschko. He knocked out Povetkin. He knocked out Pulev. You know, he knocked out Dillian White. He was able to knock all those guys out, and he couldn't knock out Usyk or even really hurt him. You know, not that bad. You know, and Gio, thank you, Gio. I saw your comment early. Thank you, and thank you as well, Victor. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. Oh, we got another Jermaine for the upset person. I think you're the second one. I think Ralph said he got Jermaine winning today, and the Warriors Code now saying that Jermaine wins today. Yeah, I don't see it that way, but it's cool. I mean, Jermaine, at least we know Jermaine is in much better shape than he was against Dillian White. He's taking, and I said this on a breakdown. I wish Jermaine came in this weight. I wish he came in at this weight when he was fighting Dillian White. Yeah, sorry about that. He said, anybody gives any chance Big Bang to upset Joyce? Nah, man. I thought about it, man. Nah. You know, unless Joyce is really just underestimating him, I see Joyce, you know, if we were to get some sort of upset, he would have to hurt Joyce real soon, like real early in the fight. Like he got to catch Joyce with something heavy. I mean, he do have a lot of power. Ammo look like he's about to get a stoppage here on this undercard here. You know, I'm not sure about this fight between Ammo Williams and Felix Cash. I feel like I feel like both of them are on the same level. Regardless of who you think wins, I don't think either one has looked extremely impressive yet. You know, because I'm like watching as I'm talking to y'all, I'm watching this fight, and Ammo could definitely throw down, but he's very hittable. You know what I'm saying? I think he does gas often in his fights. You know, and Felix Cash hasn't looked that great since he fought Denzel Bigley. You know, I don't know. We just gotta wait and see. Yeah, but I'm not giving. I think Joe Joyce is gonna win that one, and I think he's gonna win without too many issues. You know, I see Joyce winning that one. You know, by like a fourth, like maybe like a fifth round stoppage. You know, Joyce is gonna just walk him down, outwork him. You know, he's a big hitter. I think he beats. I think he beats. What's his name? The Big Bang. When is that fight? Let me look it up. This fight is on the 15th. It's on the 15th. Yeah. You know, and Joyce has been the WBO. This is going to be his second time fighting as the WBO interim world title. All right, so he's definitely overdue. Oh, they threw the towel in. They threw the towel in. Ammo Williams won in the 8th round, I believe. It's 10-round fight. DJ Dixon, thank you, man. He says, I have to spend some money on you, Boxingwave, but I had AJ I had AJ hurt in the knife. Hurt. Wait, but AJ had Usyk hurt in the ninth round in the rematch. But like you said, Usyk has an underrated chin. He then came back and finished the next 3 rounds. Only show us how great he is. Not only that, and I think you're right. I think it was the 9th round, but wasn't it the 10th round where he almost stopped AJ? Like he really like rallied on AJ even better. He hurt AJ even better in the following round because I think AJ had punched himself out, and then Usyk finished stronger that round. And I think you're right. I think he won the remainder of the rounds of that fight. Let me know in the comments. But thank you for the 20, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. All right. JD, Austin Williams just got a knockout in the 8th round. All right, so we still have a few more fights to go. If you guys are just joining us, let me just double check. Yeah, we still got a few more fights to go. All right, we still got no, we got 2 more to go. My bad. We got Fabio Wardley against Michael Coffey. And I think Fabio Wardley wins that. You know, after I see Michael Coffey get stopped and by Jonathan Rice, or yeah, after him getting beaten up and dominated by Jonathan Rice the way he did, you know, I think Fabio Wardley is gonna stop him as well. You know, Fabio too strong. Yeah, he too strong. He too strong. You know, he's gonna get him. Fabio looked very impressive against Nathan Gorman. You know, and Michael Coffey is actually coming off. He's coming off another loss where he was stopped. All right. He lost to Gergen Havanesian. All right. So I'm expecting Fabio Wardley to stop him, probably within 5 rounds or so. I mean, Fabio Wardley got his flaws and everything, but I think he stops Coffey. DJ, you good, man. Appreciate that. Yeah. So what else is going on in boxing? What else is going on? Let's see what's happening. Let me look up. So, do you guys have any faith that Spence and Bud Crawford fight happens next? They're restarting the rumors again. They're saying that there's no planned dates for neither because they're still working out a fight. They're trying to work something out. What do you guys think about that? Let me know in the comments. Do you think that they are really trying to work it out? I know Crawford said something. He like tweeted something saying like something about like something is done or they getting close to making something. What do you guys think? Was Crawford just talking about his next fight? Someone that's not Errol Spence. How come they never announced the Errol Spence Keith Thurman fight? How come? What's the holdup right now? Do you think that they are secretly negotiating the fight? This is why we haven't really heard much from Spence and Bud Crawford. Let me know. Me personally, I've you notice I haven't really been talking about it. I personally kind of gave up on it. If it happens, that's great. But I'm not like really waiting for it anymore. I think it kind of burned me out. I think this last situation really burnt me out with that. Like, I don't really care as much as I once did. Of course, if it's official, I'm gonna be excited. But I'm no longer like I'm past it. Like they can do what they want to do. World Ball says MMA and bare knuckle taking over. People realizing that boxing gloves are way too big, like pillows. I disagree with that because people still. I see the thing about MMA is that even though MMA is giving us quality fights and quality matchups, it's not for everybody. Some people just don't like MMA. Some people are just not into it. You know, there's not some, but there's a lot of people, as well as it's been doing, as popular. Yes, there are a lot of boxing fans that's crossed over to MMA. There's a lot of people that still can't. They're not in love with it. They like it. Scott, thank you for the donation. They like it, but they're not in love with it. And I don't think it can ever fully take over boxing, especially because in boxing they make so much more money. You know. Now as far as bare knuckle, I don't really know where that's going, because as of right now, it's not really that popular. It's fun to watch on YouTube. Like I watch it sometimes, like on YouTube and stuff. But again, something about boxing, even though they have gloves on, even though, you know, with all the fights, all the politics and everything, something about boxing is what is keeping fans there, you know. Um, so I can't say they're taking over. I'll tell you one thing though, those slap organizations, like I don't watch it, but I keep seeing the videos on social media. Those are very entertaining to me. I'm not saying it's going to take over like a whole sport, but what I'm saying is it's a thing that's been around, but recently it's actually getting more popular. And whenever I scroll past it on like Instagram or something like that, I can't help but watch it. Something about somebody getting knocked out from a slap is exciting for me to see. you know Who passed away? Ken Buchanan passed away. Yo, again, Scott, thank you for the donation, bro. Yeah, but going back to what I was saying, that slap contest thing is pretty fun to watch, man. I can't help but watch it. I've never seen a whole event yet, but whenever it's on, it's like, yo. And especially when their faces be like out here, it looks so much more dangerous than everything else. Because some people get slapped and they don't get knocked out and they just keep getting slapped over and over again. It's hard not to watch it, man. It's pretty brutal too. Austin Williams won. Towel was thrown in the 8th round. JD. DJ Dixon, thank you again, man. He says, don't think he was going to KO AJ, but Usyk punch rate is high pace, but the rest couldn't have stopped it. We all burnt out with Spence Crawford. I think Spence wants that fight more than Crawford. I think Crawford wants to fight more, but I also think that Spence and I think the business side of things is what the problem is. I've never said to you guys here that I think it's Spence's fault. I think it, in my opinion, because none of us really know what's going on. But based on what we've known and what's been reported, I think the deal that they were trying to do was not good enough for the both of them, in my opinion. You know, I don't think them guys not having a guarantee was right. You know, not at this stage of their careers. You know, so I think a lot of it had to do with business and the fact that Bud Crawford not being a PBA, a PBC fighter and all that was part of the reason why we didn't get it a lot earlier than we got it. You know what I'm saying? But as far as AJ in that round, yeah, I would have to go back and look at it. But I do remember one thing I do remember is that after AJ had that great round, the following round, I know that Usyk took over, and that was his best round of the entire fight. All right. Campbell Hatton is fighting Lewis Fielding. I honestly haven't watched Campbell Hatton fight since maybe like his second or third pro fight. So I don't know if he improved. I know when I was watching him before, when he first went pro. All right, so he's at 10 fights at this point. He's still undefeated. I haven't watched him since maybe his third or fourth fight. So to be honest, I don't know who's winning this. I don't know if he's improved. I mean, Louis Fielding is 10-7. I don't know who he is. I've never seen him fight. It looks like a journeyman based on his resume, but you know, yeah. Yeah, when it comes to Spence, and this was my stance. Even if you're a Spence fan, right? Or you say you just a premier boxing champions hardcore fan, or you ride or die with them, right? You team Heyman. Don't you feel like those guys deserve a guarantee? Like both of them? Like even though Spence agreed with whatever they offered, don't you feel like the both of them at this stage deserve much more than what they were offered over there? You know, that's my stance. I think that I wouldn't have agreed to that neither. You know, at this point, these guys, unified champions, undisputed, multi-divisional unified champion. These guys has been on pay-per-views. Like these guys deserve more than, you know, I understand that there are certain boxers in the sport that are bigger than them or make more money than them. But I think at that point, this fight is literally the fight that everybody talked about all last year. So for people that saying it's not a big fight, it basically stopped it basically stopped all other boxing talk because all we were doing was talking about Spence and Bud and who was at fault that the fight not happening. That enough is a reason to show us, to tell us like, yo, this is a big fight. Now as far as pay-per-view buys, and ticket sales, I'm sure the ticket sales would do good. I don't know how the pay-per-view buys would do, but I think that they deserve a guarantee for that fight. Nicholas says Roy Jones. Nicholas, thank you for the donation. He says Roy Jones fighting tonight. Yeah, I found out yesterday. I swear to God, I had no idea my guy was fighting tonight. He's fighting Anthony Pettis. I saw a thumbnail of the weigh-in, and I was like, yo, what the hell is going on? Like, what the hell is going on? That's crazy. Roy Jones Jr. is fighting Anthony Pettis. At this point, I thought about it, and I was like, I can't really say anything anymore because all the older fighters are fighting anyway. Ricky Hatton just fought. We talking about his son. He's about to fight now. Was this his son or is his nephew? Anyway, Campbell Hatton is on. I do want to kind of watch it because I want to see if he's improved at all. Because I tell you, I didn't like him at all when he first went pro. I mean, he fought a lot like Ricky, but he just walking into shots, But yeah, like everybody else is fighting. Everybody, Barrera and Hatton just fought. Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. I don't know if he's still fighting, but he's fought recently still. I mean, all of these guys are fighting at some point still, I don't know what's up. Floyd is fighting out in the UK with nobody going to the show. Yeah, this is not a real fight. This is not a real fight. This is just, I'm not covering this fight. It's not a real fight. This guy, Fielding is not good. Rocky's, Hatton's going to get another knockout probably. Not mad, but it's not like, I don't think Hatton is that good. I mean, he's related to a UK legend. And oh, he's down. Yep. What did I say? Fielding's down. He took a hook. Fielding's hurt bad. I don't think he's gonna get up. He's not getting up. He's shaking his head, and now he's over. What did I just say? This is not a real fight. Yeah, Campbell did what he was supposed to do. Oh, he's his son. I'm sorry. He's the son of Ricky Hatton. Scott says, do you feel Spence versus Crawford would do well in the Middle East? Yeah, because they would get paid over there. They would get paid. Now, as far as doing well, as far as tickets, I really don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I think, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and talk about the business side or how they could sell the most and where. Like, I'm not a promoter. But what I do know is that it's a fight that boxing fans really want. And I think they deserve more than what was thrown at them, I think the pay-per-views would do decent if it's promoted well. I'm not expecting 1 million pay-per-views. I don't even think it would do 500,000 pay-per-views. I actually don't even know if Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis is going to do 500,000. I think they might do 500,000. I think they might do 500,000. I think Spence and Crawford, Spence and Crawford, if they can do a few $300,000-$400,000 on real pay-per-view buys, I could see that bill being real, or maybe 500,000 themselves. They might do 500,000. People ain't paying for pay-per-views like that, man. They're just not. I'm not expecting massive pay-per-view numbers from anybody at this point. You know, I think Canelo and Benavidez, and I know Benavidez didn't do a good numbers with Caleb Plant, but I think Benavidez is going to do numbers with Canelo. You know, I think all the Mexican boxing community is going to pay for that. You know, if Canelo and Plant did 800K, Canelo and Benavidez might hit 1 million. You know, I think them just building up to that fight, even though Benavidez did poor numbers with Plant, they're saying that he didn't even do 100K. Well, that's with Caleb Plant. You know, that's with Caleb Plant. I think Canelo, you know, because Canelo's going to do his numbers. All right. He's probably not going to do a lot with John Ryder, but he's going to do his numbers with David Benavidez. You know, I think certain fights where the buildup is long and like, you know, Benavidez' name is just keep being connected to Canelo because people feel that Canelo's been ducking him. That's going to be one of those ones where it might do good numbers, you know, or it might do like 800. It'll do at least 7. It won't fail. That's all I'm saying. You know? Yeah. All right. So Campbell Hatton is done. I think the next fight is going to be Fabio Wardley. I think that's going to be the next fight. But to be honest, they're moving ahead of time because Amber Williams already got a stoppage, and now Campbell Hatton got a stoppage in the first round. You know, so they might throw one of these other fights because Fabio Wardley and Mike Coffey, that might be an early fight too. So I see that they have a fight here listed between Galal Yafai. He hasn't fought yet. They might throw that in the mix now since this schedule is going by pretty quick. And it looks like the seats are still empty. They'll probably throw that fight in right now, then do the Fabio Wardley fight, and then do the Anthony Joshua fight. That's at least what I think because it's way too early. We've been on this card. The main card started an hour ago, and we already got 2 fights in. Yeah, Fabio Wardley definitely looked good against Nathan Gorman. That was a good ass fight for 3 rounds. That was a great 3-rounder. That was actually one of my favorite. That low key, that was like a top 10 fight for me last year. Even though it was only 3 rounds, it was 3 good, solid rounds. Igor asked, "Do I think Tank and Garcia breaks over 1 million pay-per-views? And will Mayweather Pacquiao record 4.2 million pay-per-views ever be broken?" No, it will never be broken because no one has to pay for it anymore. You know, and I think that amount of pay-per-views, I thought it was more than that. Hold on, are we sure? I thought it was more than that. Okay, it was that 4.4 it says here. All right. I don't think it will ever be broken, you know, because people were already streaming at that point. But you know, now streaming is just so easy to stream now. It's just everybody got Fire Sticks, you know, even Spence and Errol Spence and Crawford said that they well Spence said he'd do it. He's a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody turns on their TV. They have Fire Sticks, and if you don't have a Fire Sticks, they have these websites that show it. You know, it's very easy. So I think the cracking 1 million pay-per-views now is just it's hard at this point, you know. And I don't think any fighter is popular enough to do it, really, you know. And the only time I can see it being done is if one of the, I hate to say it like this, I don't think it's gonna be Tank. I don't think it's gonna be Ryan. I think if one of them were to crack those numbers again, it would have to be against another celebrity that's not involved in boxing, like these YouTubers. To be honest, I think they bring in the numbers because they the boxing heads are gonna watch it like they did with Fury and Paul, and you're gonna have their following on YouTube watch it too. So I just don't believe that. I don't believe that anybody is going to be making those kind of numbers anymore. I think that is dead. You know. All right. So right now we just waiting for the next fight, man. Um, we have a lot of time, and they're way ahead of schedule right now. So we just gotta wait and see. Greg, I can't give you commentary if nobody's fighting. Nobody's fighting right now. I think AJ and Fury will probably do 1 million, maybe. AJ and Wilder might do 1 million. Um, they might do 1 million. I don't even know if they do 1 million right now. I think AJ Fury maybe have a shot, but maybe not 1 million, but upwards of 700, 800K. It's just too easy to stream, man. I don't think nobody's trying to pay. And the fact that they're pushing up the pay-per-view price is not helping it either. Gabriel says YouTubers are saving boxing. They're not saving boxing because they're not making the best fight the best. The YouTubers are making money. All they're doing is saving themselves. They're not saving the professional sport of boxing, though. No, because it doesn't involve titles. It doesn't involve legacy. It involves money. These YouTubers are fighting and doing great numbers, and they're entertainment. I mean, I watch them too, but they're not. I wouldn't say that they're saving boxing. You know what I'm saying? So, what's the what's you guys prediction for today? What do you guys got? Who you guys got winning today? And in what round? I think Joshua stops him within 6 rounds. I don't think Franklin's gonna make it to the 6. That's my prediction. I'm thinking more like the 4th round stoppage of Jermaine Franklin. Yeah, Ammo stopped him 2 fights ago. I got Joshua anywhere between 3 and 5. If you got Franklin, let me know what round you got it. You think he's gonna stop AJ? Do you think he's gonna go the distance with AJ? XAO says AJ by KO by 9th. Mr. J has Franklin winning. By the way, yo, if you haven't already done it, please smash that like button for me. Let's get to 100 likes. Let's get way more likes. It's been about 130 to 150 of y'all watching. Let's get to 100 likes, please. Everybody hit the thumbs up for me. Hybrid, thank you for the donation. He says, who would you favor in a fight between Benavidez and Morrell? Right now, I'm leaning towards Benavidez only simply because I've seen what he's been able to do. I think Morrell looks like he might be better, but I don't know what he's gonna do when he step up. I mean, people were saying this about David Benavidez recently. But I think David has fought better fighters, leading up to the fight with Plant. He still got work to do, but If they were to fight like today, I would probably be leaning towards Benavidez for now. For now, at least. All right. Leroy says AJ will stop him in 5 rounds. Red says AJ will win an 8 to 9 round stoppage. AJ stops him in the 8th round. Leroy says Franklin is tailor-made for AJ. Mr. J says Franklin is 6. Greg says Derrick James is a trainer for body snatching. Nicholas says AJ by controversial decision. Victor says Franklin in round 11. Yeah, they're having an extra fight right now. So let me see. Hold on. I don't even know if this fight is on the BoxRec. Oh, Moises. Oh, yeah. This is the fight. Yeah. Galal Yafai fight. Yeah. So I was right. I told you guys they were to throw this fight in the mix. So they're doing an extra fight that's not actually on the main card because they're just too far ahead of early on the schedule. XAO says beat the shit out of that like button, y'all. Goat YouTubian says Morrell Jr. is still amateurish to me. Good fighter on the right path, but David too much right now. I wouldn't call him amateurish, but I hear you. Vitalaj says Joshua wins within 8. We got a few people that think Franklin is going to win in here, though. I've seen about at least 3 or 4 people say that Franklin is going to win today. Igor asks, is there any good spots in Harlem? What do you mean, like to eat? Like, what are you looking to do? What are you looking? What kind of crowd are you looking for? Are you looking to go out? Like, let me know what you're trying to do. Teach says, salute Boxingwave. Keep up the good work. Thank you, man. Thank you, my brother. The AJ fight probably not going to start within another hour and a half or so. Anthony said, this is Charles Martin against Joshua again. This kid is getting smashed early rounds. I mean, he's getting smashed early rounds, in my opinion, but you know, I mean, Franklin don't fight like Charles Martin, though. Coyote, what's up, bro? Thank you for the donation. He says, what do you think of AJ coming in career heaviest? I don't know. Like, I was talking about that earlier. I really don't know. I don't know. Like, I feel like the assignment is Derrick James want to make him better at his largest size. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. Derrick James didn't want to take Derrick James, and we could see the kind of fighters he have in the stable. He didn't want to take the approach of AJ being slim and trying to be this boxing IQ guy. He wanted AJ to come in big and heavy, and he wants AJ to attack. All right, risk getting tired at all, maybe working on his stamina as a big man to probably prepare him for the other fights he got coming up. You know, if we go into a little deeper, if we really think about it, if AJ is going to be fighting Joyce, Wilder, or Fury, he needs to be violent. You know, all that light, moving around and all that. I'm not saying it wouldn't work. I don't think his chances of outboxing Fury is high. You know, it might work with Wilder, but Some will argue that maybe AJ needs to be heavier, have better punch resistance, and use his size to oppose his will against Wilder. And when you're dealing with Joe Joyce is already big. Joe Joyce is even slightly bigger than AJ. So AJ, Derrick James is probably like, yo, bulk up. Bulk up and we'll work on your stamina. You need to use your size as an advantage. You need to be aggressive. You need to be big. You need to be hungry. You need to walk down your opponents. You need to be a bully. I don't think he wants AJ to be the fighter, the boxer that he was in these last few fights, starting with the Andy Ruiz fight. I don't think he wants that out of AJ. I think he wants some stopping guys. Look at Frank Martin, look at Errol Spence, look at Jamel Charlo. Those guys are aggressive punchers. Like, he don't want him fighting the way he's been fighting. It's not going to work for Derrick James' style, so that's probably that's my assumption on why he's so heavy. Okay, Awoken One, I got you. I figured it was you because you got the same picture, but I hear you. I don't know how AJ got heavier. I don't even think he got heavier. I just think he didn't slim down. That's what I think. I think he slims down for his fight. I think 255 is a good weight too. I think it's a good weight. It's just that when we see them against Takam and we see them against, slow down against Klitschko, I think that's the point where people were saying maybe he could slim down a little bit with the muscles, so he can be quicker, and he wouldn't burn out as easily. But what if Derrick James can work and improve on his speed and athleticism while being bigger? Maybe not so this fight, but maybe by the next fight. Let's say AJ don't fight one of those three people, that I just named. Let's say he do like Dillian White again. Maybe if he does like 2 fights at this weight while transitioning over to Derrick James style, maybe he does that, and by the time he fights Wilder or who else is there? Fury or one of those guys, Joyce. Maybe by that time he'll be at his very best. These are all assumptions, but we just got to wait and see. Akalanka, thank you for the donation. He says, hi, Boxingwave. Sri Lankan fan here. AJ will get 2-round knockout today. Yeah, I think it's going to be quick. It could be quick, I wouldn't be surprised if he rocks Franklin as early as the first round. Like I said, Franklin does have hand speed. There's some similarities to Andy Ruiz there. But I think AJ hurts him and he's gonna put him away. I don't think this fight is gonna last long. I don't think the game plan is to get the rounds in. I don't think we getting any of that. Thank you. You finished? Okay.
4:30 train. So you want to send the Uber at 4 o'clock?
Okay.
The train's at 4:30.
Okay.
That's not.
JD said boxing causes brain injury. Should they start wearing motorbike helmets in boxing? Come on, man. Come on. Why would they wear motorbike? They get. Come on, man. Let's stop being funny. Any idea who's on the Tank Ryan undercard? Yeah, I think Jaron Ennis is on there. I think William Zepeda is on there. I forgot who else. I can't believe I was about to answer that question too. Like, I thought about it like, yo, this is stupid. That was a funny one, JD. High News says, "What if AJ somehow lose?" I don't know. If he loses today, I mean, they will still put him in a big fight with somebody, one of these guys, but it won't be as big of a fight. If he loses to Franklin today, whether it's by knockout or whether it's by whatever, I think that he will still be fighting and he will still get a big fight because of his name, but it's not going to be what it would have been. I mean, some people are already saying that now with him having the last two defeats, but you losing twice to Usyk is not the same as losing to Jermaine Franklin. If he loses his fight today, then I don't know. It is what it is. I think Derrick James is a good choice for him. I do. I think it's a good choice for him. I like his energy. It seemed like they have good chemistry just based on what he said. It doesn't seem like the Robert Garcia situation that they had. It doesn't seem like that. It seems better than that. So we just gotta wait and see the results. Again, I'm not expecting no big change from AJ. I just think that AJ is gonna be slightly improved from his old style before losing to Andy Ruiz. Okay, I think he's gonna be a improved version on how he used to fight. It's gonna be an improved version of AJ versus Dillian White or Vladimir Klitschko. You know, Dominic Brazil. I think we're gonna get that, but tweaked a little bit. Add some of the experience that he has that he didn't have at that point, and I think that's what we're gonna get. I don't think we're gonna get the AJ that we got in the Usyk fight, that we got in the Andy Ruiz rematch. I think he's gonna come into going back to being a KO artist. Yeah. So we just gotta wait and see. Yeah, that's another question. That's a great question, Top Dog. And that goes back to what I was just saying. You know, this fight here is just the first fight with him, and I think they picked the right opponent to face. Um, I don't know if they're gonna want to have at least one more fight, because if they're trying to get 3 fights in this year, which would be great, if they're trying to get 3 in, I mean, obviously as a fan, I want him to fight Wilder. I want him to fight Fury, you know, like now. But if they're gonna wait until having another dangerous fight, they'll probably wait by the end to the end of the year to get one of those dangerous fighters. And maybe, I'm thinking like get another fight in, like maybe with Dillian White, have that rematch, have that over the summer. And I think by the third fight, you know, things should really fall into place, right? Having 3 camps with him. Like I said, Jamel Charlo took a lot of time, took a lot of fights for it to get to where he is right now. And I still think he's improving, I still think he's definitely improving over the years. It took a little, it was a little rough for Jamel when he first went to Derrick James, but he got it right, and now he's very confident in his power. Eric, thank you for the donation. He says, "What time Eastern does the fight begin? AJ and 6 TKO." They're saying Eastern, the ring walkout is 5:30, but they're already ahead of schedule. So they have a fight on. It's a 10-rounder. They're in the 3rd round. And then they have another fight between Fabio Wardley and Michael Coffey, which I think will end soon. So I'm thinking the ring walkouts will probably be like 4:30, 4:45-ish, maybe 5 o'clock, the latest. I think it's still going to be a little early because the first 2 or 3 fights that we already got on his card ended early. Yeah. So again, when it comes to him, AJ, I think I don't know what they want to do. Listen, and I know what they're trying to do. Of course, they would love to have 3 camps together than just having 2. But if there's a window to fight Tyson Fury, if there's an opening there to fight Deontay Wilder, take it. Don't miss on opportunities for those kind of fights, and then it doesn't happen later. I just don't want things to get postponed anymore. It's bad enough that we're not getting Fury and Usyk for Undisputed. But if Fury is going to be available, if Wilder is going to be available, take the fight. I don't see them fighting Joe Joyce next, though. I don't really see anybody fighting Joe Joyce unless they have to fight him. I honestly believe that Usyk, if Joyce is not a mandatory, I don't think anybody fights him. It's not that I don't think he gets beat. It's because I don't think anyone wants to take that risk. I think that is the largest risk and lowest reward that you can get right now. I would love to see the fights with any of those fights. I would love to see Wilder fight him, Usyk, Fury, Joshua. But I just don't believe that any of these guys are going to take that risk right now. Yeah. I mean, I personally hope it's Wilder or Fury. But we just got to wait and see. I don't know what Fury's going to do now, but I am expecting Fury to just fight Daniel Dubois. And if Fury fights Daniel Dubois, Usyk should probably just fight Deontay Wilder if he can, go for Wilder. Unless he's gonna have to fight like what's his name? Filip Hrgovic, who is the IBF mandatory. But if Fury gets Triple D instead, see, I don't know which way Triple D is gonna want to go. I don't know if Daniel Dubois is gonna want Usyk. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Daniel Dubois is going to do. I personally think if Daniel Dubois fights Fury, he gets knocked out. If Daniel Dubois fights Usyk, he gets easily outboxed. So I don't know which way that was gonna go. Guys, give me a second. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right, my bad, guys. You guys hear me? All right, let me catch up to what you guys are saying. Eric says, is Loma too small for Devin Haney? No, I don't think so. I don't think the outcome of that fight is only based on size. Loma's been beating bigger guys at 135 since he's been at 135. All right, so I don't think it's all based on the size. All right, but thank you, Eric, for donating. Akalanka says, can you list down your top 5 greatest heavyweights? Can Fury or Usyk win against any of them? My top 5 greatest heavyweights would probably be my top 5 favorite, or who I think. No, I'm gonna tell you who I think are the top 5 favorite. It would be no order. I would put Ali. I would put Ali. I would put Lewis. Ali, Lewis, Lennox, Holmes. I don't know. I need to write that down. Joe Louis, Lennox. Those 4 are definitely in my 4. Everybody else, I gotta write it down. I gotta think it out. Anyway, yeah, could Fury win against them? Yeah, and Usyk. Yeah, because I don't think that legacy wise they might not still be ranked higher, but winning a fight is not all of it, or losing, because all these guys got losses. You know what I'm saying? They all got losses. So it doesn't necessarily mean, like, Fury, I don't have in my top 10, as a heavyweight, and Usyk, I don't have him higher than Fury as a heavyweight, but legacy wise, I think Usyk is above Fury as far as him and his career overall. I think Usyk has had a better career than Tyson Fury. All right, you ready? Yo, Charles, I see you, man. Thank you for the donation, man. Give me 1 second. You want to say hi to everybody? It's my little sister. All right, you out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
I'll send you the
Wait, so I just go to the first floor?
Go to the first floor and just go to the lobby in front. All right. All right. Call me if you need anything. All right. Okay. All right. Love you too. All right, my bad. All right, where are we at? Yo, Charles Edward Cheese, thank you again for the donation, bro. Charles Edward Cheese hit me with the big 250. Thank you, man. I appreciate it always. My man, thank you for coming through. So yeah. We can go all day. As far as like as far as comparing heavyweights. But it depends on what kind of, like, where are we going with all of this? You know what I'm saying? Because when we're talking legacy, we're talking about resume, what they actually did, becoming undisputed, yada yada yada. I don't necessarily just base everything on losses. Like, I know Fury's is undefeated at this time, but Fury not fighting, Usyk, and Wilder and stuff. Hello? All right, I'm gonna send it to you now. All right, bye. He fought Wilder. Fury not fighting Joshua and Usyk, especially Usyk, being that Usyk is the other champion. It's terrible, man. It's just like, you beat Klitschko, you beat Wilder. That's cool. That's great. But when it comes to legacies, you know, there's so many fighters from the past that did much more, you know, and I'm still waiting for his story. Is not over yet. You know, he might spin the block and beat Usyk later, and I'll give him his credit for doing it, you know. But right now, right now, I gotta wait to see how his story ends. Again, I think Usyk's legacy is greater than most of these guys that's fighting today. You know, yeah, Charles Edward Cheese is the GOAT. Yes, he is. uh yeah, so I don't know. But I'll come back to you with an updated version of who my like top 5 heavyweights of all time is, though. But I definitely got Ali, Joe Lewis. Yeah, Ali, Joe Lewis, Lennox Lewis, and Larry Holmes. No order yet. You know, I don't know if I don't know who my number 5 is gonna be. But in my top 10, I'm definitely have if I did a top 10 heavies, I would have outside of those 4, I would also have Holyfield in there somewhere, Marciano in there somewhere, Mike Tyson in there somewhere, um, Joe Frazier in there somewhere. You know, I would have to really I would have to create a list and write it down. You know, I don't have any active heavyweight boxer in that 10 yet. You know, not any active guy. You know, I think the most recent fighter that I would have in that top 10 is, or close to it, not in it, but close to it, is Klitschko. I know Fury beat him, but I think Klitschko so far still had a better career than him. Again, Fury's story is not over. You know, now if he ends up finishing his career with wins over guys like Usyk, you know, Joshua, then we can have a different conversation. You know, but I'm not putting you there just by dethroning Klitschko, which was big, but dethroning Klitschko, retiring for a couple years, we got to take everything, the good and bad, you know, and you not taking certain fights, undisputed fights when they're on the table. You got to take the good and the bad when it comes to that, you know. You being extremely selective on who you face next, it hurts you. It brings you lose a few points for that, you know. I'd rather you take the fight and lose than you doing all of the stuff that you're doing right now, you know. All right, guys. So Fabio Wardley and Michael Coffey is next. That is the co-main event. All right. So right now they're speaking to Dillian White. And we're just sitting around, we're chilling, we're just waiting. So we got only one more fight to go before we get AJ and Franklin. What's up, Beth? Top dog. Yeah, I mean, Eric says Larry Holmes smokes Tyson Fury. Um, I like Fury's. I like Holmes' chances against Fury. You know, I definitely I like Holmes' chances against Fury. I do. Skinny or big Fury, I like his chances against Fury. Yeah, let me say that. The undercard matches has been all right. You know, I mean, we not really. To be honest, not really. They haven't really been good. They've been all stoppages though, at least. You know. Damn. And says Ashanti or Alicia Keys, who is more beautiful? Hard choice. Both women are beautiful. Yes. Both women are beautiful. Are we talking looks? Well, I don't know them, so we're just gonna keep it strictly looks. I prefer Ashanti. All right, but I love Alicia. She's beautiful as well. but I would prefer Ashanti if it was my choice. If we're just basing it off looks alone, I would pick Ashanti. Just my opinion. They're both great. They're both up there, but I would pick Ashanti. All right. Yeah. Gotta be careful how I say things here. I don't know who's watching. I would pick Ashanti though. Eric says Holmes is the most underrated heavyweight champion. He's one of them. He's one of them. He's one of them. Yeah. He's one of them. And thanks again for the donation. Larry Holmes is definitely one of the most underrated. But you know, it's not that. Maybe I don't know if underrated, because a lot of people don't like Larry Holmes. You know, a lot of people just don't like him as a person, you know. So when people don't like you as a person, they tend to like just bet against you and root against you and stuff like that. You know, so it might be that. It might be that. A lot of people are not fans of him. I'm talking about people from that time, though. You know, a lot of people did not like him at all. KBL says Joe Frazier is most underrated. I think Joe Frazier is more. George Foreman. That's my 5. That's my 5. That's my 5. I'm bugging. George Foreman. Now in no order. Those are my top 5. George Foreman, Joe Louis, Lennox Lewis, Ali, and Larry Holmes. Those are my 5. And I think they've been my 5 for years. Like, for as long as I've been watching them fight, those have probably been my 5. Those are my 5. I don't know what order, but those are my 5. I will put those 5 in there. All right. Yeah. And then after those 5, I will probably put Marciano in there somewhere. I will put Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson, and Joe Frazier, and one more person. Smash that like button, by the way, if you haven't, man. I know a lot of you haven't, man, because it's been a lot of people in here for a minute. Yeah. Rulu says underrated. Not, they dislike Holmes because he whooped Ali bad. Yeah, exactly. And all the talk and his attitude, people didn't like him, man. But that was probably the mainly it. Best overall boxer ever. You got Ray Robinson. I might say Roy Jones, man. I think Roy Jones. Roy Jones. Roy Jones. And that answer has changed over the years. Wait, hold on. Mauricio Lara and Lee Wood is in the ring right now. So I guess they're doing a rematch. Man, I lost money that day too. I lost money that day. I saw the money. I saw the money. I thought Lee Wood. I saw Lee Wood winning, and I saw Mauricio Lara slowing down. And with one punch, that was over. I just saw my money just leave Earth. That was a good fight, though, man. I didn't want to see another Josh Warrington fight with Mauricio Lara. I know they was trying to. I know Josh Warrington, came and Lara spat at him and everything, but I didn't want to see that fight again. I didn't want to see it again because I know Lara can't win without headbutting. He just can't keep it clean, man. All right. What do I think of Riddick Bowe? I love Riddick Bowe. I love Riddick Bowe. He's not my top 10, but he's probably my top 20 though, as far as heavyweights. Yeah, he's probably in my top 20. If I could break it down, he's in my top 20. He's another guy, and I said this on one of my lives we were talking about one day. I randomly pulled him out of a basket and said, yo, what if Rick Bowe in his prime, right, was fighting right now? Would these other heavyweights be the best? You know, you take a prime Riddick Bowe, how would Riddick Bowe look against Fury, Wilder, Joshua, and Usyk right now? You know, and I think he competes against all of them, if not beat them. You know, I know Riddick Bowe, and I know a lot of people give him hell because he didn't fight Lennox Lewis and all of that. He did Doug Lewis, okay? It is what it is. But like in his prime, I think he competes very well against these top 4 or 5 guys. You know what I'm saying? That's boxing right now. You know, I think the advantage of some of these fighters is that they're so big in the heavyweight division now. Like they're even taller. I mean, they were big in the 90s, but they're even bigger, now. But I think those guys from that time and even earlier were more talented, you know. Let's see. Joe Frazier movement reminds me of Tyson. Not really. I mean, there's some similarities. I mean, they're both shorter. They both like to get low and underneath their opponents that are usually taller, but I don't think they move alike. Tyson got the picky boot style, and he likes to go side to side a lot, and try to clear, try to create, try to get inside with the jab, and he's different. I don't think they fight alike. I think they have the same game plan, but they do it in a different way. Yeah, I can't really compare the two. Eric says James Toney is the best overall boxer fight against anyone. James Toney is one of my favorites. He's definitely like a top 20 fighter for me. But I don't think he's the best. I think he can. The problem with James Toney is that he can get outworked. That's why he loses. He lost throughout his career. I just think he could get outworked. He was a defensive genius. He had power, but he can get outworked. I think there are certain fighters that I wouldn't say that they were better than him, but their style matched up well against him. Like even guys outside of his generation, like we know who he lost to, but I personally think, even though I probably would rate James Toney ahead of Ward, but I think if they were to actually fight, I think Ward would have won the fight because he would have just outworked James Toney, But I like James Toney better. I liked him. I like this style. I think his style was more fun to watch because he had the defensive skills. He was one of the best Philly shell defensive fighters out there ever. He skipped a lot of divisions. He had knockout power. He was even stopping guys at heavyweight. But Andre Ward, if they had fought, I think I would have probably picked Ward to win just because of his style. I think his style just matched up better against Toney. But Toney is dope, man. James Toney is dope. I had the pleasure of meeting him last year at the Hall of Fame. And I got his. Oh, you know what? I still gotta show you this. I'm gonna do it. I swear I'm gonna do it this week. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I just gotta set it up, but I want to be able to show you guys how to have this set up. You guys have been asking me for the last few months to set this up and make a video showing y'all everything that I have back here. But yeah, I do have a ticket stub with both Roy Jones and James Toney on the same stub for the main event. I mean the Hall of Fame, the dinner that I went to. I had them both sign it on the same stub because that was one of the earlier fights in my childhood that I actually remember watching live. That's probably one of the earliest fights that I remember watching like live. That I actually remember at least. I was watching boxing before that, but that fight in particular, I remember watching it. I remember where exactly I was at when I was watching it and stuff. So, yeah. A drinking, Awoken One says a drug free Mike Tyson would have been a lot more trouble to deal with than the Mike Tyson we saw, and 100% level best Tyson would not have lost, and he did. Yeah, but you know what? That's his story, man. I used to think that when it came to a lot of people, I mean, a lot of people feel that way about Adrian Bruner. Everybody always talk in a sense of if he was focused, or what if Adrian Bruner did this or he was that. Tyson, at the end of the day, his story was him not fighting at his full potential. And I think part of the reason why I still have him in my top 10 because he was the youngest heavyweight champion of the world, and he was undisputed, and he was he was a beast, and for a very long time he was a beast. But at the end of the day, when it came to those other legacy fighters that he fought, the legacy fights, he lost the majority of them, and it is what it is. I mean, he gave us some classic fights. There was some good fights in there, but he lost to Holyfield. He bit his ear in a rematch. You lose points for that. Just like I was saying about Fury and him retiring and, all the antics and stuff. We don't based on all these fighters just off who they beat and how fast they were able to do it. We look at the full story, their whole career, and the circumstances that, what they had to go through to get there, not every fighter like Marvin Hagler, all the things that he had to go through in his career, to be the best and to fight the best and get to the top. Some of these guys had it so much harder than others. And I think that, Mike Tyson, we can sit here and theorize as far as what he would have been if he was staying, clean and he didn't have all these issues, but that's his story, man. Mike Tyson was young, man. And I say that about a lot of these fighters that make a lot of money so early, man. Like what Mike Tyson did, I think a lot of people would have done, to be honest. Being from where Mike Tyson was from and growing up the way he grew up and making hundreds of millions of dollars at a young age, man, a lot of people would have lived their life just like Mike Tyson, man. They would have been doing all kind of crazy shit, you know? Jay Foreman says many fighters were on drugs and had problems with addiction, though. Many could use that excuse. Exactly. Many fighters, you know, went through the same thing, and they still kept going. It is what it is. Nabzilla says he think Bo would have whipped on Tyson. I'm not going to argue with you. He might have. He probably would have. The thing with Mike, though, is like, if Mike didn't get you out of there, the longer the fight, the rounds went, you hold him and contain him until he burns out and get tired. You can beat him, Let him burn out, and then beat him down after that, you know? Yeah, custom model passing away definitely took away a lot, you know, because custom model was that father figure he had, and you know, he made sure Tyson stayed on point. And some of these fighters really, really, really need that. And it is what it is. But we can theorize all day. Like I said, what would have happened if, you know, certain people lived? They don't, I say the same thing. Like I've had this conversation with, you know, hip hop, you know, when it came to hip hop and like certain artists like that didn't live long, like Notorious B.I.G. Like we call him, people call him the greatest based on 2 albums. But what if he had kept rapping and lived and kept rapping? What if he fell off? You know, where there's other artists that have 10 plus albums. He only had 2. So we based him off 2 perfect albums. And that's it, you know? Or we can go into other sports too. We can sit here and talk about how good other players would have been if they didn't get injured. You know, if they weren't plagued with injuries throughout their career, they would have been greater. You know, we could talk about this all day, you know, but it is what it is. Hope says anybody that knows about boxing as a historian should definitely check out Willie Pep's defense. Willie Pep is so underrated. People don't even know who he is unless true fans of the game. I don't think he's underrated. I think he might be underappreciated, but I think if anybody that's seen him would know, you know. When we say underrated, it means like we know who he is. You know, people are aware he is. It's just that people like don't rate him that good. You know, I just don't think that people know who he is like that. You know, or seen his fights. Willie Pep is gonna go down by anyone that is somewhat of a historian. They, if you've seen him fight at his time, you would know that defensively he's one of the greatest defensive fighters of all time. You know, easily a top 5. You can put him up there, top 5 easily. If you've seen him fight, you know, if you've seen him, but he might be unappreciated because it was so long ago, you know. And when people bring up fighters from all the older years, they bring up a lot of names before him, you know. But nah, he was dope. He was legit. I seen his footage years ago, you know, but it took me YouTube for me to know and see it, you know. I didn't see it until like YouTube came out years ago, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't watch none of his fights live. I think Regis Prograis is underrated. I think he is underrated, but I think anyone, again, anyone that knows him, anyone that knows. You know, I think the fighters know how good he is. You know, I don't think anyone really wants to fight him, you know, 140 and below. That's why I give Josh Taylor a lot of credit, because he went in that tournament and won the tournament and then went on to become undisputed later, you know. He get a lot of credit for that. I just don't know what he can do today. And let me tell you something. Speaking of Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez, I'm not sure about that, who wins that fight. Because Josh Taylor has not been in the ring in over a year. And I don't even think he would have still been fighting at light heavy, a light welter at this point. And he didn't look good in his last performance. I know Teofimo Lopez hasn't looked great since the Loma fight, but you know, it's a fight that's hard to call. You know, if you think Tio is going to win that fight, I won't be surprised. You know, if Tio were to win, I wouldn't be surprised. All right, so they're showing Michael Coffey in his dressing room right now. Him and Fabio Wardley is coming up next. Again, they are just waiting and waiting because they are way ahead of schedule. That's why I'm not doing a lot of commentary, because a fight has not been on in a while. All right, they're doing a lot of talking. They've had Dillian White up there. They announced the Mauricio Lara Lee Wood rematch. They're doing a lot of talking about AJ, and they're showing previews for AJ and Franklin. So I'm just talking boxing because there's nothing happening. As soon as this fight come on between between Wardley and Coffey, I got y'all. But right now, they're talking about everything else and not showing the fight. Ivan says Hergovic should be fighting Joyce instead of Zhang. I agree 100%. I agree 100%. You know? Alberto Lopez versus Conlon is a good fight. I'm not sure. I'm leaning. I'm not sure. I like Conlon's chances more than Warrington, though. Let me say that. You know, I like Conlon's style for Lopez a little bit more. And I think it's gonna be a better fight. No dirty tactics. It should be a pretty good fight. All right. I'm leaning towards Conlon, though. I am. I'm leaning towards Conlon. All right. I think he wins off a controversial decision. Meaning the fight is gonna be close. A lot of people are gonna think Lopez won, but I think Conlon is gonna get it. Kufu says Pro Gray is brilliant. If there's a modern day murders row, he would head the list. Nobody wants to fight him. And he's a legit fighter. You hear in every interview, he's consistent every time he talk. Unfortunately for Regis Pro Gray, he's not young. Okay. I think that people will be willing to fight him soon once he starts showing his age. So that's the problem with Pro Gray. No one's going to line up to fight him. And he keeps skipping around different. I don't think he's being managed properly because he keeps skipping around these different networks and promoters. No one's going to really take care of him like he should be. You know? I think he's with Probellum now. You know, he's just been bouncing around too much. And I just don't think that, I don't know, man. I don't know. We just got to wait and see. Jay Foreman says, YouTube has helped boxing a lot in many ways. It would be so much harder to find these old or lesser known fights. Yeah, absolutely. YouTube is great for me and anybody that's like, you know, younger, you know, anyone younger and stuff to educate themselves on boxing. You know, because a lot of us wasn't in the time where we were able to watch a lot of these fights. You know, we had to go to YouTube and educate ourselves on these fighters from the past. You know, and it also gives us the opportunity to see these fights that's not televised. Not every fight that we're interested in is televised. So YouTube is great for that. YouTube is definitely great. I mean, I've been on YouTube long enough to where like I wasn't even getting like paid. I didn't get ad money from YouTube for a while. I was on YouTube for years before I started getting paid ad money. I didn't even know you can get paid off of this. I was just making videos for hobbies, and be honest, I made more videos. I made more content back then when I wasn't getting paid. You know, I was making three to five videos a day at one point because I had so much more time on my hands and it was just easier to upload quickly, you know? And I was doing it for free. But it's good. YouTube is great. You got content creators. You can watch the fights, but then you have the channels that make documentaries. And it's giving you docs on history and all the older fighters. That's great, man. YouTube is great for boxing, you know. Brad said YouTube is the modern day library for real. Yup. Yeah, word of the day said the boxing magazines were the thing back then. Back in the day, KO Magazine and Ring. Yeah, I got a few of them over here. You know, Sports Illustrated, all of them joints. The boxing magazines were great, but the magazines was great for everything. I used to collect magazines for everything I was into. You know, sports magazines, video game magazines back in the day, like what was it? Electronic Gaming Monthly and Game Pro. You guys remember that? If anyone's that old, remember the video game magazines that you would get? What else was out? Michael Coffey is walking to the ring, by the way. He's coming to the ring to fight Fabio Wardley. What else I used to collect magazine? The Source, Double XL magazine for hip hop. Yeah, all of that stuff. Everything that I was into. Car magazines, Super Street magazines. If you're into cars, Super Street magazine. Like I used to be in the import stuff when I was younger. I used to subscribe and have them delivered to the house back then. You know, now boxing magazines is even before that. I think boxing magazines stopped really getting popular, like maybe like in the early, was it the early 90s, maybe? I didn't follow the boxing magazine like that. I was too young. I only watched whatever my dad was watching. I didn't follow like the magazines or anything like that. You know? Game Informer, yeah, Nintendo Power, yup. Michael Coffey is in the ring. Model Car Mags, Jet Magazine, yep. Yeah, it's East Bay, yeah, East Bay. I got my custom jersey from East Bay. I ordered jerseys from there. I think because I used to play baseball, I think I ordered a pair. I think my first pair of cleats, I think I ordered from East Bay. Yep, that's before you had the internet and and cell phone apps and all of that. Yep. Here comes Fabio Wardley. He's coming, he's doing his ring walk now. Pocket, thank you. Yeah, smash that like button if you haven't already, man. Let's get up to 150 likes. Andrea Loco asked me Prime Lewis or Prime Wilder. It really depends, man. Like Lewis got knocked out. I'm gonna say Lewis, but Lewis got knocked out twice. You know what I mean? But he avenged those losses. You know, I mean, even though the second Oliver McCall fight was crazy, but you know, he beat Hasim Rahman in the rematch. So if Wilder won, I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm sure if Wilder won, he probably would have had to see Lewis again. You know what I mean? So I would say Lennox Lewis will win though. I would say Lennox Lewis. Hey, what's going on? My computer's bugging out. Yeah, I would be leaning towards Lewis though to win. That's another thing with heavyweight boxing, man. I think anybody could look like. I think anybody can win, man. Given the night it's on, you know, like AJ lost to Andy Ruiz, and I think AJ losing to Andy Ruiz was a huge upset. But Jermaine Franklin beating Anthony Joshua is a way that's like a true upset, like a real horrific upset to me. Even though AJ's lost, I still think Franklin winning today is a much bigger upset than Andy Ruiz beating her. I mean, people rated Andy Ruiz higher before that fight, you know. But yeah, Tyson losing to Douglas. Anybody can get it any given night, though. You know, especially if you get caught with a good shot, especially in the heavyweight division. I mean, it happens to everybody. You know, I'm expecting Wardley to win within within. I don't think it goes past 4 rounds, in my opinion. I think Mike Coffey is gonna get stopped. It just, Mike Coffey had a short window of time before he really got it going. And once he lost to Jonathan Rice twice, it was just like, that's it. Yeah. He's 30, he's what, 36 years old? Like, he had a short window. He just became pro in 2017. So, yeah, man. I mean, he got a puncher's chance, because Wardley gets hit. Wardley is very, very hittable. I should have put some money on. Let me see. Hold on. I think I don't have time. Let's see. I didn't even check for the odds today on anything except. Oh, I've been put my money on Ramirez winning by knockout though, but that's all I put money down for tonight. Oh snap! I might put a little bit down on Anthony Pettis winning this Roy Jones. Like, no disrespect, like, because I don't think he's gonna win, but I just don't know. Like, Roy is so old right now, man. And Pettis was he used to be pretty explosive, man. All right. Coffey has already got Wardley has already putting pressure on Coffey early. Already got Coffey on the ropes. All right, things slow down a little bit here. That's another problem with Coffey too, especially in those the Jonathan Rice fights. His conditioning is extremely poor. You know, he already looks like he's breathing heavy, man. We're in the first round. Come on, guys, let's fight. They're both waiting for the counter. Nice jab from Coffey. Just over a minute left in the first round. Not much action going on. Started out fast, but not much action going on right now. Coffey landing a nice couple of jabs, though. Yeah, I think Wardley might be bleeding from his nose already. A little bit. He keeps rubbing on his nose. Nice right hand to the body. Lands for Wardley. Yeah, Wardley got to improve on his defense. Even though he won that last fight against Gorman, his defense is not good. You know, I could see him getting clipped once he steps up. Like, he's strong, he's powerful, he's good, and he's gonna win today. But I can see him getting clipped by somebody soon. I think if he steps up, like, not too much, not the top tier guys, but I think he's gonna get clipped at some point. He's not bleeding. My bad, y'all. It's just he took a few jabs to the nose, so the way he kept rubbing on it, I thought he was bleeding. All right, round 2. Yeah, they both waiting to counter, y'all. There's not much action going on. They both waiting. Coffey is waiting. He'll throw a jab or two every now and then, but I give Wardley the first round. You know, Coffey landed a few shots too, but Wardley definitely landed more. I think though Coffey's trying to time him for the right hand, and it's making Wardley hesitate to step in. You know, he don't want to get caught. Coffey goes for another right hand over the top, but he missed. Yeah, Wardley's stepping it up a little bit here with his punch output, but mainly jabs, especially to the body. He's landing a good amount of jabs to the body. We have 1 minute left in the second round. Yeah, Coffey's just trying to catch him with one, and Wardley knows it. Yeah, Coffey's not here to win rounds. He's barely throwing. He's just standing there with that right hand cocked back, just looking for the right shot. Yo, throw the hook, Wardley. Round 2 done. Another Wardley round. Kind of boring so far, though. What you're talking about, Haney? Trouble Laker says that's why Gorman's fight was entertaining. Wardley's defense is leaky. Oh, y'all talking about Haney? I tell you, man, you know, whoever you guys pick, you guys gotta understand you could really go either way with that, man. You know, A lot of people think Loma's overrated, man. A lot of people just believe he's overrated. And a lot of people think that Haney isn't proven as an undisputed champion. And you can make a good argument for both. Now, I think Loma is overrated in the sense that they compared him to, they basically made him an all-time great in the beginning of his boxing career, his pro career. You know, and you can say that Haney's overrated based on him not beating the very best at lightweight, but becoming undisputed, you know. Nice hooks from Coffey this round, this third round. Coffey got Wardley in the corner, and he's landing, he's getting through with some hooks in there, and Wardley ties up. Wardley does not belong in the corner. That's not where he needs to be, you know, ever. He just don't have the ability to get out of the way of those shots in the corner. See, Wardley, he would need like a nice lead left hook. He's jabbing a lot to the body. Wardley's throwing some right hands, but Coffey is slipping a lot of them. Nice left hook to the body from Coffey and overhand right from Coffey. Coffey's having a good round so far. He's not throwing a lot, but he's connected with a lot more shots in this round than he has in the previous rounds. Good showing from Coffey so far. He's doing decent. I don't know how long that's going to last, but yeah, but 30 seconds left in the third. But yeah, we can make arguments all day about Haney and Loma. You know, I think any criticism is clear, you know, when it comes to both. You know, I mean, when Haney and his dad acknowledged that at their press conference, you know, they both said it like, yeah, he's undisputed, but this would be a legacy fight for us. This will be a fight that's gonna make the critics, you know, respect them if he is to win, you know. I mean, if Bill Haney is saying that himself, then why argue against that? Like even him and his father believe that they are aware that there are a lot of fans out there that don't believe Haney is that good based on who he's faced. So this fight will prove it. You know, you getting the win against Lomachenko, and if there's no excuses, you know, I mean, people are gonna always make excuses if he is to win, but you know, they won't have the injury to go to, or they won't have, you know, the low blows and the dirty fighting that, you know, that we got in those two losses with Loma. I gave Mike Coffey that third round, by the way, y'all. I gave him that third. I thought he did a better work, landing a better shots that third round. So I have it 2-1 for Wardley right now. I predicted Wardley to stop this fight at this point of the fight, but Michael Coffey is he has a pretty decent game plan so far in this fight. Oh, big right hand from Wardley lands, and he has Coffey on the ropes, and he's throwing combinations. Coffey's getting out of the way of some of them, but he's getting hit with some of those shots. Let's go. The ref jumped in. Oh no, y'all. Worst stoppage of the year. They stopped the fight. They stopped the fight, y'all. They stopped the fight. They stopped it. That was ridiculous, man. They stopped the fight. Hybrid, thanks for the donation. He says, I think it's crazy. Most people aren't giving Loma a chance. This fight is a lot closer than most people think. It's a 50-50 fight, man. But I said months ago it was a 50-50 fight, and people got mad on Twitter. I don't know, man. It's a 50-50 fight. And when I say 50-50, I don't mean by like A side, B side, or none of that stuff. I'm talking about like the fight. Yo, they stopped the fight, man. Nah, that was a terrible stoppage. Don't sugarcoat that shit. That was a terrible stoppage. That was a terrible stoppage. Coffey took one or two good shots out of that exchange, but a lot of those shots weren't getting through. His hands were still up, and he's moving around still. This is bullshit. I mean, I was right. I said it'll be 4 rounds, but that's not what I wanted to see. Nah, he was fine, guys. The commentary. Come on, man. Come on, man. That was ridiculous, man. Yo, this is the same Howard Foster. That's the same referee that do all of the terrible stoppages in British fights. So he's a terrible referee, man. That's the same guy that stopped the George Groves. What's his name? George Groves and Carl Froch fight years ago. He's terrible. He's every time he's in a fight, I'm worried about him jumping into the fight. He's the worst referee, bro. He's terrible. That guy always stops fights early. Any fight he's involved in is always going to be some bullshit. Every single time, man. That guy is the worst. I don't know how he still get. I don't know how he still get booked for fights. Like he's the worst. Nah, too soon. Most of those shots were missing, and Coffey was still slipping the majority of them, moving his head. His hands were up. Like, you're standing right in front of him. You see what punches are landed and which punches aren't. That was a bad stoppage. You have to stop the fight. Whatever. I don't really care that much. All right, y'all. Main event. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right. So let's do this one last time because there was a good amount of Franklin people in here. $15 to 20 punches landing on him. Where his arms and his gloves? Come on, man. I mean, I want to get to the main event as quickly as you do. So if they want to stop it now, that's cool. But it was a bad stoppage. Like, come on. But if you want to, I don't care. I don't care that much. All right. So who got this, man? I know most of you got AJ winning, but imagine if Franklin, I just can't see Franklin. Franklin is not Usyk, man. I mean, He's not even Andy Ruiz. If AJ can't beat Franklin, that this would be a bigger upset than the Andy Ruiz. That would be a real upset, man. I can't see AJ losing this fight today. It might not happen as early as I think. I think it's gonna happen before the 6th round, but AJ is getting this knockout today for sure. Do y'all think that Franklin beat Dillian White? Anyone here that think he beats Dillian White? He beat Dillian White in that fight, and he got robbed. Well, it definitely wasn't a robbery, but it was close. Yeah, I always get. Yeah, I do kind of always get nervous with AJ fight. But I just can't see this one being one that he's gonna lose, though. I can't see it. It's just nah. Woken One says, yes, I do believe Franklin beat White. Reno Johnson said White lost. Richard says, what's up, Wave? I think we see classic AJ tonight. No messing around, seek and destroy. Absolutely. That's what I'm expecting. And he got the right coach for that, That fight was a boring fight, man. I think Dillian White lucky that Franklin ain't come in as fit as he is tonight. Because Dillian White would have really lost that fight. Dillian White, I said in a breakdown, that was the worst fight I've seen him in since the Marius Walk fight. That was the worst I've ever seen Dillian White. And he was super overweight and everything, but he was dealing with a lot at the time because of that whole, failed drug test situation. Scott says, on paper, AJ should win easy, but AJ on the back end of his career, so who knows? Hope, thank you, man. He says, just a poor college kid, but here's something. Thank you, man. I appreciate your support, man. Really do, and good luck in school, man. Hopefully you'll be able to do great things. Which what do you go to school for? Yo, I don't think he's on the Luther said, I don't think he's on the back end neither. I think he just lost to one of the best fighters in this generation. I mean, I know he was bigger. I know he was bigger than Usyk, but I don't think anyone thought that he was better than Usyk. I think the people that picked him to win believed that he was going to win because of his size, not so much because of his ability. I think the AJ that lost in a rematch would have beaten just about everybody in the division, almost everybody in the division, Eddie Morales says, Wardley is the British Seth Mitchell. No, he's not, bro. He's way better than Seth Mitchell. Seth Mitchell was horrible, bro. Like he's nah. I think he needs work, but he's not Seth Mitchell. Like Seth was never good, bro. He was not good at all, man. He was not good at all, man. Nah. I think Wardley's better than him. All right, but I hear you. I think Fury beats Usyk though. I'm leaning towards Fury winning that fight. You know, Fury got to be on his A game, but I think he beats Usyk. You know, just my opinion. I like Usyk's chances of winning, but I'm leaning towards Fury winning. I mean, they're not even fighting anymore. Why are we talking about that? I'm tired of the hypotheticals, man. If you're not fighting anymore, I don't want to talk about it. Kufu said Fury wants to age Usyk out. You know what? I don't even think it's that, man. I just think he really just he don't like his style, and he doesn't want to. He doesn't really care to fight him. And I don't think Fury cares about undisputed or any of that shit. You know, he cares about how much he's getting paid and who he's fighting to get paid. He wants to get paid a whole lot of money to fight the dangerous opponents. And he wants everything to work. He wants to fight who he wants to fight when he wants to fight him. It got to all work for him. Stylistically, financially, it got to work for him. You know? I don't know. All right, so they're just doing commentary right now with Dillian White. We just waiting for these guys to come out, man. I mean, the official ring walk time was 5:30, but we figured it was gonna be earlier than that because we're way ahead of schedule. But this on the card, it was no really good fights on the card, unfortunately. It was no real good fights on here. All the fights were kind of boring. Not really a great card today. The matchups weren't that good, but we're here for the main event. So they're showing Jermaine Franklin. He's warming up in his room. He's getting ready to come out. And guys, I'll probably be back on later. I think I'm gonna come back later to cover the Ramirez Dog Bay fight. Um, I'm sure there's not gonna be a lot of channels covering the fight, and it's pretty it's a pretty good it's a good matchup. It's a pretty good matchup. So I'll probably be back on later. You know, but like real chill though, like more like laid back. Might have a drink with you guys, just real chill. Like I might come on like maybe a couple fights before the main event. Dillian White is another fighter that needs to watch out who they match him up with at this point in his career. He's had a tough schedule lately, hasn't looked that in great, and took some losses. Lost like three. He lost a wait. How many fights he lost recently? Maybe not three. I think he lost two out of his last four or something like that. Yeah, he lost two out of his last four. But he still got a name. What do y'all feel about Gerald Miller? Let me ask you that, because I was supposed to make a video talking about this, just giving you guys my thoughts. Do y'all want Gerald Miller to get another opportunity? Not like against, maybe not against, or no, you know what? Maybe against anyone. Do you just want to see him get another opportunity against a guy with a name like a Dillian White or like a Deontay Wilder, just for fun? Like, do you guys want, because Gerald Miller, with all the failed drug tests and all, he can still talk his way into a fight. Like, he's still keeping himself relevant in the sport. For whatever reason, people still care about what's going on with him, you know? And whenever he fights, there are people still making content on him. So, you know, he knows how to keep his name. He knows how to call out fighters and get people talking about him. So is there any Gerald Miller fight that you want to see? Like, is there anybody you want to see him face? All right. Let me know in the comments. That's the thing. I think people want to see him lose. Inline offline said it. He said, I want to see him put in his place. And I think that's the reason why people want to see him fight, because no one actually beat him. Yes, he got suspended. Yes, he got kicked off certain promoters or whatever, certain networks, but no one has actually beat him. You know what I mean? So he still is kind of relevant, because anytime he gets interviewed, he's calling out like all the same guys that he's been calling out. And I think Big Baby is always going to be relevant until someone knocks him out. But who wants to risk that? Because the dude, what if they give him a good fight, right? Let's just say like him and Dillian White go back and forth and they decide to do business and make the fight happen. What if this guy juices up again, man? Even if they're going to do drug tests. What if he juices again and he ruins another event? Yo, you know what I mean? Charles, what up, Charles? Big Charles Edward Cheese in the crib. Gabriel Sanchez, thank you, bro, for the 5. He says, thanks for the commentary. You're welcome. Thank you for showing up, man. Arthur says, Big Baby versus Big Baby gotta happen. I think the new Big Baby destroys the old Big Baby. I think he do. But I don't think Bob is not going to want that to happen. It's too risky. Nobody's going to want to deal with him, man, for 2 reasons. Because you're going to lose money if he ruins a car by failing another drug test, or you don't want to ruin, you know, like you don't want your fighter to lose to him either. Like, you know, he's a really, really, really big guy. You know, he's still walking, he's still fighting at 330. The Ripper says, let's see the big babies. Miller versus FA or Miller versus Justice Hooney. Stephen says, too risky for a blown card, is right. Yeah. Richard says, realistically, Miller could sign with BT and fight Dubois. It would be a nice thing for Dubois if he wins. If he wins. You know, if he wins. I'm more concerned about like the event just getting blown away, you know, because this guy tests positive again. I actually don't think Gerald Miller has the confidence to fight clean. You know? Steven said, did I ignore the 250 from Charles? Absolutely not. I shouted him out earlier when he dropped it. Must have not heard me. The 250's been there. No, Igor, I did not see who Kambosos was fighting. Who is Kambosos? Oh, I think wait, did I see it? Who was he fighting next? Yeah, let me know. I don't know who he's fighting. I think I might have seen something on it, but I can't remember what I saw. He's fighting Maxie Hughes. I mean, I don't know if 2 losses, like that's not a bad fight. He coming off 2 losses. He just want to get back in there, man. I'm not mad at that. It kind of reminds me of this fight with AJ and Franklin. You know, AJ's coming off 2 losses. Wilder was coming off of 2 losses. I don't care, man. Yeah, Jay, they got to do a lot of tests on him, but I'm like, I think the biggest concern is the test that you know, on stuff that he take like right before the fight, you know, and a test that might detect it like after the fight is over or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I'm not no expert on that stuff, but you know, he already done with Matchroom and he's done with Top Rank. Top Rank booted him and Matchroom booted him. So maybe BT will pick him up, Boxer, Ben Shalom. I don't know, PBC. I don't know. Yo, somebody asked me about Conor Ben too earlier with Chris Eubank. Who y'all think win the fight now? Chris Eubank got knocked out the last fight. Conor Ben sort of tested positive, but not really. It's like he did, but he didn't. There's no real confirmation anymore. Who wins the fight now? Do y'all still care? Like, do you think it lost some steam? It probably lost some steam though. Like as far as people interested in it. I don't know, because that's a British fight. That's not in my lane. That's for you Brits that are out there that's watching. That's for y'all. I don't know how y'all feel about that fight. You know, like, do y'all care just as much as you cared before the Liam Smith fight, before Conor, you know, tested positive or whatever? I mean, to be honest, I would still care just because it's gonna be fun to watch again. Like that presser or leading up to that fight with Chris and everything that he was doing to sell the fight alone was fun. I don't even care about the fight. I care about what they're gonna say leading up to the fight. Yo, because Chris Eubank, what he was saying about Conor Ben was some of the greatest shit ever made, like leading up. Like, to be honest, I think Chris Eubank it was almost Tony Harrison level. Like from the Brits, from the UK, I think Chris Eubank's level of trash talk was almost at the level of Tony Harrison against Jermell Charlo. Like that was the best. That whole 60% thing, Burger King, all of that was great. That was great for TV. Too bad the fight didn't go down and he ended up getting knocked out by somebody else, but it was still good. It was good talk, man. It was good entertainment for me, you know, and I think a lot of people agree to that. Eagle says, thank you for always breaking down the fights for us. Curious if you ever been dead wrong about fight going absolutely different direction from what you expected. If so, what was it? Man, I've been wrong so many times, man. I've been on here for 10 years. Man, I think the first prediction I ever got wrong was Adrian Broner and Marcos Bandana. Yeah, I was here that long ago. That was completely wrong about that. I think the first 2 I was wrong because I think I went on a nice streak when I started. I think like the first 15 predictions I got right because that's all I cared about doing when I joined YouTube, was trying to just get all the predictions right. I think Adrian Broner, Marcus Maidana was the first one I was wrong on. And I think the second one I was wrong on was Provodnikov against Provodnikov. I think I was wrong on every Provodnikov fight, to be honest. I think Provodnikov fights I never got right. I can never predict his fights right. Every time I thought he was going to win, he lost. Every time I thought he was going to lose, he won. It's just weird. I can't predict his fights. But yeah, I've been wrong plenty of times, man. But Broner against Maidana was the first big one, or the first one that I was wrong on. Because at that time, even though Maidana was improving, I thought that fight was a showcase fight for Broner. So, I mean, the videos are still up. My old predictions are all up there still. First video was Danny Garcia against what's this guy? The Argentinian fighter. What's this guy name? Lucas Matisse. That was my first prediction. That was my first YouTube video ever. So I started that year. Well, yeah, I've been wrong plenty of times. But wrong, I feel like Adrian Broner against Maidana was like one of the worst predictions because I thought that was going to be a showcase fight. And Adrian Broner got his ass beat bad. I mean, he got beat. Like he didn't get stopped. He got beat, but he didn't get stopped. But it felt like he got knocked out. Broner got beat so bad that people say that he got knocked out and he got stopped when he didn't. Because people remember him getting beat down so bad. What's the biggest underdog that I ever picked? That I gotta go do my videos and look. I don't know. I can't remember. I picked some big ones, and I picked a couple of draws too. I've gotten a couple of draws right on here. I predicted a draw when Easter fought. Who's the guy he fought? It's 2 draws I remember predicting, and I got right on here. When Easter fought Barthélemy, I predicted that to be a draw. Was it Broner and I think Broner against Adrian Broner against forget name. Was it Granados or yeah, I can't remember. I got a couple of draws right on here, but I can't remember. It's too many videos, bro. It's so many videos, but I've been wrong a whole bunch of times, man. I've probably been wrong within the last month. Oh, one that I was wrong on, and I hate that I was wrong on it. One that pissed me off because the fighter that I wanted to win, which is Miguel Cotto, which is one of my favorite fighters ever. I picked him to lose the fight to Sergio Martinez. Yeah. And I know Sergio was kind of like, on his way out. And, I know he was fading. But I still thought at that time that Cotto wasn't going to win. I think Cotto had already lost to Austin Trout, and I was like, man, I don't know if Cotto could beat Sergio Martinez at this time. So that was one of the breakdowns that I did that I was pissed off at because I picked against my guy, and he ended up winning. Those be the worst ones. Yeah, Cotto lost to Floyd and then lost to Austin Trout the same year. Came back and beat Delvin Rodriguez, but no one cared because Delvin Rodriguez never did anything. And then he went on to fight Sergio Martinez at 160. And I just thought I picked Sergio Martinez. That one pissed me off. That one pissed me off. Yeah. Yeah, I was wrong on that one. Jay says, I still think Sergio would have won that if he didn't have that bum knee. Yeah, you probably right. You're probably right, but you know what? He was already showing signs of fading, It's just that Cotto was too. But Cotto had he had a nice run after losing to Austin Trout. And we're still waiting for the fight to come, guys. I know you guys. I know we just talking boxing. I'm still here. I'm still covering the fight. We just waiting for these guys to come out. Yeah, but Cotto had a nice run after fighting and beating Sergio Martinez. But if we look at the fights, Sergio Martinez looked horrible against Martin Murray, and Martin Murray was robbed, in my opinion. Martin Murray got robbed a few times in his career. Martin Murray won that fight, But I wasn't thinking too deep of it. I was thinking of the size of Cotto going up to 160 and all of that. I was like, nah, I don't think Cotto's gonna do it. Caesar says he remember my Danny Garcia breakdowns, Cotto breakdowns. I think the first fight, the first robbery that really got me fired up on his channel was Danny Garcia against Mauricio Herrera. I remember making that video years ago. That was the first upset that I think had me really triggered on YouTube, because there's no way that I thought Danny Garcia won that fight. Nah, no way he won that fight. That fight really pissed me off that day. Shout out to everyone that's here, man. Please subscribe to the channel. Also, smash the like button. Whoever hasn't done that yet. That's one of them. Danny Garcia got some fights that I really pissed me off, because he had that fight and he had the Ross Salka fight that was the worst matchup, I think, since I've been covering this channel. I think that was the worst matchup as far as it being a mismatch. Ross Salka was way below Danny Garcia at that time. Yeah, Pac-Man versus Bradley 2, I predicted. Not the first one. Pac-Man versus Bradley 2 rematch prediction was probably the first video that I've ever gotten where I got attacked off social media. That was the first video where I got killed. The Pacquiao fans destroyed me leading up to that fight. And the reason why I picked Bradley simply because Bradley finished stronger in the first fight. Even though I didn't think he won the first fight, I felt like Bradley was winning the last 4 rounds. So I thought Bradley, he make some adjustments and he'll win the rematch. Yo, the Pacquiao fans calling me all kind of M-bombs and all of this. Yo, they were going crazy. Till this day, I think they attacked me more than anybody else after that video. Except the Wilder fans. When I made that video about Wilder, I think the Wilder fans got mad at me more over the Joshua situation. I think the Wilder fans got mad at me more. But Pacquiao fans were going crazy. They was they was big mad, yo. They didn't even care. They didn't even wait to the outcome of the fight. They just went crazy. Caesar, I would rate Tim Bradley. I think he's a Hall of Famer. I've said it for years. When his career was over, I thought that he was good enough to be a Hall of Famer. Yeah, and he is. And same with Carfroch. They're both being inducted this year. Tim Bradley, probably I think Tim's biggest flaw is that I think he has too much heart. And I think he he didn't use his ability to the best of his ability. Let me say that. Because you could tell like the Marquez fight really showed how good of a boxer he could be, but he liked the brawl. He wants to brawl all the time. He didn't really I think that Provocanoco fight took a few years off his career, and I think he retired earlier than he needed to. I wish he would have fought Floyd Mayweather, but he would have been outboxed by Floyd. And no one would have gave Floyd the credit for outboxing him. They're showing the George Foreman trailer. I want to see it, but it's like I feel like the older George, I was right there experiencing his career. So it's weird when you watch a movie based on a true story, when you know enough of the story, it's like your expectations for the movie be too high sometimes. So like I'm looking forward to that movie, but I'm like, I don't know if it's gonna be good. Jalalov is a heavyweight prospect. Yeah, Jalalov is good. I think he's one of the better. I think him and Jared Anderson are my two favorite heavyweight prospects right now. I think Jalalov beats what's his name? Fabio Wardley. I think he's better than Fabio Wardley. I know Wardley's ahead of him right now, but I think he beats Wardley right now. You know? The reason why I got Bradley so high in a pound, I mean, and well, not no so high, but I just overall in his career is because he took a lot of zeros. Like his run at 140 was great. He beat a lot of guys that end up having solid careers. There's just some fights that I wanted to see that I didn't get. I wanted to see the Floyd Mayweather fight. I wanted to see the Kell Brook fight. Um, who else I wanted to see Tim fight? I wanted to see Tim fight Miguel Cotto, but I don't know if that was going to happen because, Cotto's already fighting doing 154 and 160 things, Bradley wasn't really doing that. So, um, yeah. Who do I have for Jones? Like in Pettis, man? I don't know, man. I'm not following what Pettis is doing, and I don't know why Roy is still fighting. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. At this point, I just hope it's not like a situation with Holyfield and um what's his name? Holyfield getting knocked out against MMA fighter what's his name? I can't remember his name right now. I just don't want it to be like that. I'm just if they're gonna have an exhibition and they just fight and they go whatever rounds they go, they're 6 or 8 rounds. Let it be that. Let everybody go home. I don't want nobody going to the hospital. I don't want anybody getting laid out. Vitor Belfort. That's what yeah. I don't want it to be like that, where you got a legend in there and they just getting beat up and they look terrible. And I feel that can happen with Roy. Charles said whoever sanctioned that Holyfield fight should be in jail. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know what was happening though? When Tyson was showing those crazy videos of him training and how fast and everything, Holyfield started working out and Holyfield got in phenomenal shape. But he shouldn't have been boxing. Simple. You know? He shouldn't have been boxing. It doesn't matter. Like, he looks great for his age. We know that. 55 years old, he's in great shape, still muscular, got abs. Great. Doesn't mean you should be fighting, bro. It doesn't mean you should be fighting. Same with Mike. I don't want Mike to fight anymore. I don't even want Floyd to fight. And Floyd is still sharp, I mean, I just don't want these guys fighting no more. I don't want to see, B-Hop getting knocked out through the ropes. It's exactly. You got B-Hop's feet all the way straight up in the air and he's falling straight to the ground. I don't want to see that from B-Hop, man. We don't want to see B-Hop get forced into retirement. But at least he's staying retired for now, at least. Francis says, evening, buddy. I feel AJ needs to get Franklin out of there before the 7th. If he doesn't, Franklin might have some more in his tank and intend to use it to edge it. Yeah. I'm expecting an early stoppage from AJ, I mean, if Franklin wins, he wins. It's not going to be any excuses, but AJ needs to look impressive, man, and I think he will. Yeah, Pacquiao was about to fight Spence, which is crazy. He did decent against Ugas, but he was going to lose to Spence. Do I think Bitcoin reboom is around the corner? Yeah. Probably still, even especially now that they talking about, the US dollar is about to become, the value of that is about to drop, and this digital currency thing is probably going to end up becoming a real thing. I'm still holding on to some Bitcoin that I bought back in 2017. Bitcoin and Ethereum. I never sold it. It's not a lot of Bitcoin, but yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. But I haven't been messing with crypto too much for a while, obviously, because it's been down. All right, but I would like it to go back up to. I'll sell it at 100. I think that's cool. I'll sell it at 100 when it gets there. I thought about selling it the last run when it almost hit 70, but I'm leaving it alone. I'm gonna sell it when it gets to 100. Ivan says, I can't comprehend why AJ didn't use his strength against Usyk by pushing, etc. I think AJ is concerned about punching himself out. I think he's been concerned about punching himself out since the Klitschko fight and the Andy Ruiz loss. I think mentally, I think he's scared to get hit with a big shot. And Usyk, I think with Usyk, I think he was more afraid of just burning out. I think he wants to go after these guys early, but I think he's scared to punch himself out. Klitschko, not for nothing, but I was rooting for AJ, but Klitschko should have stopped him. Let's be real. Klitschko should have definitely stopped him in that fight. At that point, but Klitschko, he didn't push forward enough. He didn't push hard enough. He almost did it, but it wasn't enough. All right, so Jermaine Ortiz is finally coming. What time is this? 5:20. All right, so they're pretty close to the time that they said. They said 5:30 ring walk. You know, so they burned out. They burned out a lot of time here. I mean, we got stoppages in every fight on the main card, undercard. So Jermaine Ortiz just left his locker room. He's getting ready to come out to do his ring walk. Again, my prediction is AJ. AJ's gonna get him out of there. Within I think in 4 or 5 rounds. I say 4 or 5 rounds. Might be later, but I'm thinking 4 or 5 rounds, maybe even earlier. Come on, let's go. All right, here we go. Looks pretty packed in there, I'll tell you that much. See, I wish I had seen a fight at the O2 when I was out there. Next time I go, I'll try to get into the O2. If not Wembley, I'm gonna try to get into the O2. I want to go to either here or Wembley. I really want to go to Wembley though. I feel like when I see the fights at Wembley though, I feel like I feel like wherever you sit, you're never gonna be close enough. I feel like anywhere you sit in Wembley, you're never gonna be sitting close enough to the ring. Like I'm used to getting good seats and sitting close up. And even when I'm like not like floor, like I'm in a section above the ring, like floor. If I go to Wembley, where I'm gonna be sitting, like I don't even know what the tickets look like going there. Like I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna try to, make sure I have enough to get some great seats, but it just looks so far away. Just even watching the ring walk of the fighters to get all the way to the center of the ring, it's like, yo, that looks like a mile. But I still want to go just to experience like sitting in a real stadium and watching a fight. I haven't even done that here, you know. What's up, Edgar? All right, so Franklin's walking in the ring now. Let me lower this down. Yo, the commentary, the volume on his mic is too loud. I can hear him talking, but I can't hear anything in the background. I had to lower it earlier. He looks great though. He looks in good shape. He's smiling. He got a great opportunity. He got a great opportunity to be here. Simply because he did well against Dillian White. What's up? What about me? Igor says, that's true. That's a good point. Igor says, I've been to numerous boxing fights, and you always end up watching a fight on screen, no matter where you're sitting, unless it's for a seat. That's a good point. The reason why I watch the screen anyway, mainly, is because, like, I want to look at the time, the amount of time that's in the round. I like when they put the unofficial scorecards on. I know I can't help myself but look at the screen, but I don't watch it. I don't stay on it the whole time, but I do watch it a good portion of the fight when I'm not under. If I'm underneath the screen, then I don't look up at the screen. But yeah, he has a good point. I think I do that too. You know. The first fight I think I've ever been to, nah, that wasn't the first. I'm trying to think of the first fight I've ever been to. All right, I think the first fight I ever been to was I went to a ESPN Friday night fights, and we had front row seats. I remember because I told my family I was going to it, and you can see me on TV because it was legit like first row, and it was like a regular like card. And I was wearing this. I had a green Yankee fitted, and I had this green like polo on. And you could just see me sitting there. I went with a few friends. Uh, I think that was the first one I, I remember going to. I think that might have been the first. Yeah, it was a while back though. Now it's about to start now. Franklin's already in the ring. Joshua is doing his ring walk right now. All right, let's go. Who's Joshua got an artist rapping on his ring walk, but I don't know who he is though. He's a British artist. Yeah, I miss HBO too. Yeah, if AJ loses, man. D just says AJ loses, Eddie will be crying tonight. Shit, AJ loses, I'm gonna be crying. Nah, if he loses, I still think he's gonna get like another big fight. It's just that no one's gonna believe he's gonna win. You know, it won't be as big, but he'll get another big fight though. All right, so both fighters are in the ring. Let's get it, man. Shoot out your predictions, your last predictions, real quick. AJ just walked up on Franklin. All right. I like that they did a little face off right there. I like that. I like that energy. All right, last minute predictions. Who y'all got? Who y'all got for this fight? Who you got? What round? What decision? Who you got for the fight? John Doe says AJ early KO. AJ in round 6. AJ by KO, AJ 3 or 4, AJ in 5, AJ in 10, AJ by decision. Clarence says Franklin. All AJs all the way down. Truth says he hopes AJ loses for the hilarity of it, but I have AJ stopping him in 6 or 7 rounds. Yeah, just about everybody in here is AJ. I've only seen one Franklin so far. Please, everybody, smash the like button for me. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Please do me that favor. Let's get over 200 likes before we get out of here, or before this fight even starts. Let's get up to 200 likes. Please hit the thumbs up. Yeah, just about AJ got everybody got AJ in here. I've seen only one Franklin. I've seen a few Franklin. Oh, I got a couple Franklins. Okay. David, thank you. David says AJ in 6. Within 6. I have AJ within 6 too. That's my pick. Let's get it. Franklin looked hyped up though. I think he turned up for this fight because his energy is different for this fight than it was in the Dillian White fight. Like I think he was just, I think that was his first big fight. But he turned up for this fight though. You can tell his energy, though, his interviews, everything. He seems to be, he seems to be motivated for this. Marcus says, thank you for doing this. I used to listen to boxing on the radio with my gramps, and this is as close as I could get to that medium now. Damn, that's what's up, man. Thanks for saying that. Appreciate you for checking in. All right, let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Oh, damn. Y'all saw me just try to drink my water and the cap was still on. Derek James in the building. Derek James out in the UK. AJ gonna destroy this dude. AJ is going to destroy Franklin, y'all. It's gonna be bad, y'all. It's gonna be bad, y'all. I'm telling y'all. It's gonna be bad, y'all. Damn, look at the size. It's crazy. It looked like a heavyweight versus cruiserweight match, like a legit one right now. All right, here we go. Round 1. Let's go. Round 1. Joshua's shooting some jabs. Franklin shoots a couple jabs too. Both in the center of the ring. Some feints from Anthony Joshua. Same from Franklin. Franklin lands a jab to the body. Nice jab lands for Anthony Joshua. Nice left hook from Joshua lands. That one bothered Franklin a little bit. Another jab lands for AJ up top. Nice hook from Franklin. They both tie up. Franklin steps in, throws a combo, lands a right to the body. Minute and 20 seconds left in the first. Another jab from AJ lands. Another jab lands. They both trade jabs. AJ lands a left hook, shoots the right hand, but is blocked by Franklin. 50 seconds left in the first. Franklin comes in, throws a 1 and a 2, lands a right to the body. .30 seconds left in the first. Nice jab from Franklin lands. And they tie up. Fight still in the center of the ring for now. Tied up. All right. Solid round from both. AJ round, few things. AJ looks noticeably slower to me. Like he looks very bigger. He looks bigger. He looks a little bit slower. Watching this and had recently watching the Usyk fights, I can just tell, he's bigger. He looks bigger and he's moving like he's bigger. Okay. So far, only jabs. Landed a couple hooks. He is bleeding a little bit from his nose. I saw him wiping to his nose, touching his nose throughout the round. I think one of them jabs. So he's bleeding from the nose already. But he won the round. He landed a couple of nice hooks though. All right, but he looks a little stiff in that first round, but he won the round. Not much from Franklin though. Franklin landed some nice jabs though that round. So round 2, here we go. Yeah, AJ walked to his corner, jawing off at Franklin too. They both were. So far this round, some nice jabs for Franklin. AJ lands a nice pull counter right hand, and Franklin sticks his tongue out at him. They clinch, and Franklin pushes him off of him, and the ref is like giving him a warning. Nice right hand from AJ landed, though. Didn't hurt Franklin. I like the trash talk between the two. I wasn't really expecting that. AJ's been doing a lot of talking in this fight. And Franklin is not backing down from him. Nice jab from AJ lands halfway through the second round. Nice jab. Nice jab from Franklin, but AJ caught him with another pull counter right hand. Franklin lands a right to the body. Joshua's still bleeding from his his nose. You can see it. He's still rubbing his nose a lot. AJ slandered, snuck a little right hand in there. Not much from Franklin for a while. They're both waiting to counter. Haven't really seen Franklin like really step in and throw those combinations like I've seen in the past. He hasn't really displayed the hand speed. Hook lands for AJ, but Franklin caught him with a right hand, a big right hand, and they tie up. Nice right hand from Franklin. AJ's bleeding a lot from his nose. Another jab lands for AJ. 15 seconds left in the second. Nice left hook to the body from AJ. All right. 2 rounds in the bag. Franklin landed a big, was it a right hand or a hook? I can't remember. But outside of that, AJ landed a ton of power shots in that round. AJ won the round. Good fight so far. Yeah, AJ might have broken his nose. I think he broke it. You know, I think it's like it looks like the Povetkin fight. You know, I think that was a fight where he broke it before. You know, the amount of time he's been touching it. But he landed some nice counter right hands down the middle on Franklin. But he definitely looks different being that he's bigger, you know. He looks bigger. I think so far he hasn't really used his size though. He's still boxing similar the same way as he did in the Usyk rematch. It's just that he's not as slender, not as quick, you know, not as quick as we've seen him since he's lost the weight. All right. This fight has all been on the outside so far. Very few exchanges so far. So we're in the 3rd round. All right. And the fight has still been in the center of the ring. And it's been a chess match between the both of them. Franklin tried to step in just now, try to get something going, but AJ backed up and stepped to the side and got out of there. Franklin stepped in with a hook, blocked by AJ, but Franklin did just land a jab. Nice body shots from Franklin. Franklin's having a decent round so far. I haven't gotten anything from AJ yet. AJ threw a right hand, but it missed. Halfway through the 3rd. Joshua lands another right hand. AJ looks like, I'm gonna be honest, AJ is thinking too much. I wasn't expecting him to fight. He looks like he's hesitant, you know? And this is not the first time I've seen him this way, but I figured getting with Derek James that he would be and he's over there looking in his corner too. I think Derek is probably yelling out instructions. All right, this round is coming to a close. Nice jab, nice right hand from Franklin. Nice hook to the body from Franklin. AJ responds with a hook up top. Nice right hand. AJ Finishes the round with a right hand. Solid round for Franklin. I mean, you can make an argument he won that round, that third round. That was the most competitive of the rounds. Slow round for AJ. A better round for Franklin. So I have a 2-1 for AJ. Smitty said he seems like he's waiting too much and trying to conserve energy. Yeah, he seems hesitant. I don't know if that's the reason why. You know, I don't know if he's just being hesitant because he's worried about gassing out, but he's hesitant. And for the fact that he bulked up, you know, I don't know what the game plan is. Are they planning on starting slow and then putting pressure on Franklin later? I'm not sure. You know, but we're in the 4th round. And I haven't seen AJ fight any differently in this fight so far. I mean, he's just bigger, but he looks a bit slower because he's bulkier. He has not really tried to oppose his size on Franklin at all so far. You know, I mean, I haven't seen him step in and throw in any combinations. He's landed some nice right hands and a few hooks. But he's been keeping this fight from the outside so far. Yeah, Franklin, nice counter, nice pull counter landed from Franklin. Joshua was waiting to counter him with the right hand, but Franklin countered his right hand. Franklin is gaining confidence as the fight is going on. And Joshua is still looking out into his corner. What's going on? I've never seen, I see fighters listen to their corner, but they tell you they listen to their corner, but he's looking out into the corner continuously in this fight here. Nice jab from AJ. Franklin lands a right to the body. Franklin looks good. He's looking confident. One minute left in the 4th round. Nice jab from AJ. Franklin lands a right hand over the top. Joshua landing a right hand to the body. Oh, they're tied up again. 40 seconds left on the clock. Come on, AJ, you're big. Yo, be aggressive. He's not being aggressive. He's not being aggressive, y'all. Be aggressive. Come on. I don't know if his nose is bothering him. He's not looking good right now. Right hand lands to the body of AJ, and they're both tied up again. You're the bigger man. Push him down. Beat him up. Every time they tied up, AJ is just kind of like not doing anything. Nice right hand from AJ lands. Nice. AJ lands another left. Franklin steps in, throws a combination, and AJ ties up. Oh. Is it his nose? Another close round. Very close. I gave the third to Franklin. I thought that was a better round for him. AJ did land some good shots here, but I don't know what's up, man. I don't know. He's just not. I don't know if it's his nose or I don't know what's going on, but I feel like when they're in the inside, he needs to be a bully, you know? He needs to be a bully, man. He needs to use his size. You press down on him, do something. You know, Franklin is not even doing that much. He's gaining confidence, but I don't know what Joshua is waiting for. Like, yo, I thought we was gonna see some more, work to the body. He keeps looking into his corner. Nice right hand from AJ. Nice right hand. He's landed a good amount of those this fight. Franklin steps in, lands a combination. Oh, no. He got an uppercut through. Bellew got 4 rounds for AJ. I think Franklin won the third. I'm giving Franklin the third. Nice jabs from AJ. He's being a little bit more active in the beginning of this fifth. He's throwing more jabs. Nice right hand from AJ, and they tie up. Good start this round. 1 minute into the round of the fifth, and I feel like AJ's still looking. AJ, pay attention. Yo, can he listen to Derek without looking out? I don't know why that's annoying me. Can he just listen to him and stop looking over there? That's killing me when he's doing that. Come on, AJ, let's go. Let's get it. Halfway through the fifth. Franklin, on the other hand, he's having trouble. Oh, another right hand lands for AJ, but Franklin countered him with a right hand. And I think Franklin might have gotten the better out of the 2 shots that landed. But AJ has landed a good amount of shots. So far in this 5th round, I think AJ has landed way more shots than he did in the last 2 rounds put together already. And we still have a whole nother minute left. He's been connecting at will against Franklin. But I'm still waiting to see the size advantage here. That's what I'm missing here. What do you put all this weight on to fight like this? You could have done this fighting at, 340, weighing in 340. I'm still waiting to see what is the advantage here of him being so heavy. Nice left hand to the body of AJ. Nice exchange from both. Franklin's having a hard time because I still feel like he's too far out to land clean, when they go into the exchanges, I felt like when Joshua got into the exchange with Andy was like right on him on the inside, was able to land those short hooks. AJ, on the other hand, he's doing a good job with, controlling the space, but I still don't feel like he's like, that was a good round. That 5th round was a good round, but I feel like the 3rd and 4th rounds specifically, still fighting, still bleeding a lot out of his nose. He's definitely probably broke his nose. But that 5th round was a good round. But he hasn't hurt Franklin yet. He's landed a good amount of shots. I figured AJ was going to have him stop by the end of this round, so I was wrong there. So Franklin is showing some toughness. He's got hit with a lot of shots. AJ looks fine as far as like physically. He looks fine outside of the bloody nose. I know Franklin got his right eye, underneath his right eye is swollen. It's been swollen for the last few rounds. All right, but all right, let's get it. Round 6. I've gave Franklin the 3rd round so far. AJ's coming out with a different flow right now. He's coming in, he's probing a lot. He seems to be more aggressive so far. Let's see if he's going to take a different approach here in the second half. They're both on the inside now, tied up. AJ tried to land a couple body shots, but nice jab from AJ. Nice hook from AJ. Franklin is out of range. He needs to get in range. Oh, nice short right hand lands for Franklin. That's what he's been looking for all fight. It didn't phase AJ, but it was a good right hand. It didn't phase him though. AJ's probing a lot. Nice uppercut lands for AJ. Caught him. Landed the jab, then landed a left uppercut after that. AJ another right hand. Franklin follows up with a right hand himself. Tries to get a flurry in, but they're tied up. They're both starting to let their hands go a little bit more this 6th round. 1 minute left in the 6th. AJ tried to catch him with an uppercut on his way out, but Franklin caught him with a right hand. This guy says Canelo beats this dude. All right, 20 seconds, 25 seconds left in the 6th round. AJ go for the left hook, but Franklin blocks it. Closing out this in 6th round here. Franklin steps in, throws a combination. Another AJ round for me. Good round, though. Not a bad round. Smash that like button already, please. If you have it, we got 364. Let's get to 300 likes, please. Everyone, hit that like button if you haven't already. We feel like we might have an Andy Ruiz moment. He's winning, clearly. I mean, he's doing better than Dillian White did against Franklin. Let me say that. So, I mean, he's winning, but this is not the best AJ I've seen. I actually thought his rematch with Usyk, even though he lost and he was losing, I thought he looked better there. Nice jabs from Franklin to start off the 7th round. Franklin landed a couple jabs. Nice body shot from AJ lands. Yeah, I saw one of you guys say AJ's clinching looked like it's improved. Well, that's improved because he's big and he's leading on them and he's doing those little arm wraps and stuff. He's definitely doing that in this fight. He's doing it more than we're used to seeing him do. So I will say he's improved in that. He's just landing a right hand and they're back to tying up. But I wasn't expecting AJ to try to win just by doing that, you know? I mean, he's winning clear. You know, I have him losing only 1 round. And he's looked better in these last 3 rounds. But he hasn't been able to hurt Franklin at all, even with the clean shots he's landed. I mean, maybe Franklin's just tough, you know, tougher than we thought. A lot of clinching now. This round is ugly round so far. A lot of wrestling around. Not a lot of clean punching from neither. AJ's clearly trying to set him up with the right hand. He's trying to line him up with that. Franklin's trying to counter, trying to get in. But every time they get in, AJ holds and leans on him. He's doing the Fury tactics on the smaller man. Another right hand lands from AJ. But he doesn't seem to really be sitting down on it like that. What's up, Evie? Nice hook from AJ on the inside. Oh, they talking trash at the end of the round. Go to your corner, man. You had all round the fight. Don't act like you want to fight after the round is over. All right. Going into the 8th, I think. Pocket says AJ is looking okay, not great. I agree. He looks okay. He looks okay. Not great. Not bad. Not great. Looks okay. No. I mean, he's winning all the rounds. But it's, I don't think they put him in there next with the best. I think they're gonna let him stay out there in Texas. Nice right hands from AJ. He's being a little aggressive here. Wait, hold on. Franklin getting frustrated because of the holding. Franklin throws, like, pushes him off with his shoulder, and the ref gives him a warning to keep it clean. Yeah. AJ is tying up a lot, though. AJ is tying up a lot, man. On the inside, he not playing those games. On the outside, though, he's landing a lot of right hands from out there, though. It's starting to look like it's going to go the distance, though, because now we just spent almost a minute just now of them just tying up. Another right hand lands from AJ. Haven't gotten anything from Franklin in a while. You know, Franklin seems to be doing his best when he's close range throwing combinations, but he's always getting tied up with AJ when he's too close. I gave Franklin the 3rd round so far. That's all I given him. Unofficially, I think Tony Bell, you got it all for AJ. You know, I mean, it's AJ, so, you know. But Franklin ain't doing much neither. You know, I mean, he's complaining about the holding, but offensively, he's not doing nothing neither. You know, he's complaining about the holding, but you're not throwing any punches neither. You're jumping into him at this point. 30 seconds left in the 8th round, and I haven't seen Franklin throw any punches. He's just holding, he's lunging, he's getting in and holding him too. Yeah, this is too much holding on. This is the most holding of the fight. This round is just holding. See, AJ trying to be slick. AJ trying to catch him with an uppercut on his way in because he thought he was going to hold him again. AJ pushes his head off at the end of the round. From what I'm seeing, Derek James telling him, to shoot the jab, throw the right hand. And he's trying to tell him like, yo, I'm trying to see what he's doing. He's saying when he throw the right hand, when he lands the right hand, follow it up with a hook or an uppercut after the right hand, which is true. He's landing a lot of right hands in this fight, like enough to where he's knocked guys out with that same right hand. But he's not following it up with any. Franklin's taking the right hands. And AJ's not following it up with anything else. AJ started, and they're both being very aggressive this round. And AJ's down throwing punches while they're on the inside. Come on, ref, get out of the way. Let him fight. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Fight. It's a ninth round. Let's go. Let's get the fight in. I don't have no money on this or anything, by the way. See, now I want to see Franklin against somebody else because now I've seen him against AJ. Even if he were to get stopped, I want to see him against everybody else now. He's going to always get good fights now. Jermaine Franklin. He's going to always get fights. He's going to always get fights, even if he loses. Back to the holding. Back to the holding. 1 minute left in the ninth. Franklin is doing it too, man. Franklin is, the ref separated him. He's finally telling him, like, yo, knock it off. Franklin is doing it too, bro. Oh, big right hand counter from Franklin lands. AJ touched him again with another right hand, but Franklin countered with a bigger right hand and buckled AJ a little bit. 30 seconds left. That was the first big shot we've seen from Franklin in a while. Come on, man. Let's stop with this holding, man. This is whack. AJ's fighting like he's still trying to conserve energy. Sit down on those punches, man. Yeah, I see you guys' comments. Can't defend this. Hit that like button for me, man. Ain't my fault that this fight is going the way it's going right now. Oh man. Anyway, who you guys gonna be back later for the Ramirez fight? Ramirez Dobe is gonna be on later. I'm gonna jump back on. I'm gonna jump back on. I feel like that's gonna be a fun fight. I'm gonna jump back on later. I'll probably jump back on maybe around 8, 9 o'clock. Cause this card is just not doing it for me, man. And this is actually the best fight in the card so far. This has been the best fight. You know, the undercard wasn't good. All right, we in the ninth. Well, we in the 10th round. Nice hook and right hand from AJ. He's trying to push forward again, but he starts the round like that all the time. Nice. Oh, nice exchange from both. AJ got a lot of shots off there. Nice right hand. This is the way he's supposed to be fighting. I've been waiting for this all fight. Let's go. Problem with Franklin, to be honest, he's shown a lot of durability in this fight, but he hasn't really gotten off, especially on the inside at all. He got the shorter hands. You know, he has quick hands. He's known to doing combinations. But outside, some big right hands from the outside. Outside of that, offensively, I haven't got much from him. AJ actually has won the exchanges on the inside, too. Joshua lands a right and a left. And an uppercut. Keep it going. Keep it going. Why are you pausing? He's not fighting like he wants to destroy him halfway through the 10th. Oh, nice 1-2 from Franklin. Came out of nowhere. There's a fade AJ. AJ caught him with an uppercut on the inside. Caught him with a right. And another uppercut. Okay. That's AJ. That's what we've been waiting for all fight. Let's go. This is what you're supposed to do as the bigger man. You're supposed to be doing this all fight. Franklin is tough, though, because he's eating all these shots. AJ throws another right hand. What did James tell you, though? James told you follow that right hand up with something else. Nice boxing from AJ this round. This has been his best round. 30 seconds left. This is his best round. This is what I expected him to do earlier, though. But this 10th round is what I expected him to do, being with Derrick James and being aggressive. Another right hand from AJ lands. Franklin trying to get inside. He just can't get in. All right. That was the best. That was the best. That was the best performance of all fight. All fight. We've been waiting for that. What we got in the 10th round, the full round that's the only round in this fight where I felt like AJ was fighting the way he was supposed to be fighting. Been waiting for that all fight. The 10th round. Let me ask y'all something. Since we're waiting to the next round, do you feel like AJ should stay big or cut back down? All right, round 11. Back to being tied up. AJ's been landing some good uppercuts in between. Franklin's tough though, man. Ooh, nice left hook to the body from AJ and uppercut. And Franklin jumped in to tie up. Should have been going, yeah, he should have been going to body more. Yeah, I think that body shot hurt him. Oh, nice right hand from Franklin. Joshua went for the uppercut, but he was too far out. And Franklin caught him with a right hand over the top. Didn't phase AJ though. Just over a minute left in the 11th round. Tie up. Different pace from the last round. Nice jabs from Joshua lands. 25 seconds left in the 11th. Nice short right hand lands for Franklin. Round's just about up. Come on. Come on. Let's go. All right, we're going into the final round, man. Let me read some of your comments. Yeah, my thing is, as far as his size, you know, what's the point of going up and you know, not going up, but probably not cutting down. Let me say that, because he was already bulky and big. What's the point of doing it if you're not really using it? You know, I mean, he's clinching well, he's tying up and leaning on Franklin, the smaller guy. I mean, he's doing that well, but you know, I mean, I figured that he was gonna like manhandle the smaller Franklin. Franklin cut down. And not really seeing him, you know, we're not really seeing that. EC, thank you. EC says it might not matter if Garcia or James trains AJ. He has to have a different mentality and thought process than their typical fighters. The calculated aggression just isn't there. And you're right. I cannot disagree with you at all. You can see it, you know. He's overthinking, you know, him constantly looking into his corner for help, you know. Tony Bellew just gave him his first to Franklin his first round in the fight. Yeah, I think he just doing that now at this point because it looked crazy giving him every single round. You know, I mean, it wasn't a bad. I mean, Franklin landed a couple of shots, but you know, I think there was like maybe 2 rounds where I think that were better performance rounds for Franklin than the 11th. But you know, it's whatever. Franklin pushed him off. Let him fight. Fight. He pushed him off because he was holding him. What's the problem? Just fight, man. Fight. Halfway through the 12th. All we getting in tie-ups, man. AJ lands a big uppercut. Another one. Franklin's still in there, though. He can't hurt Franklin. He's landed, though. I'm telling you, he's knocked out a lot of people with those punches he landed in this fight, and he couldn't get it done here. Oh, watch the head clash. 30 seconds left in the 12th. A lot of holding. All right, fight is over. It's over. Oh, they're wrestling around after the fight. Oh, they're fighting, y'all. They're fighting, y'all. Yo, AJ, that's AJ fault. AJ, they walking away. AJ hit him in the back of the head. Come on, man. Like, stop acting like that, man. Come on, like, you won the fight. Why you act? All right, yo. Stop acting like that, man. This fight is over. Come on. Derrick James. Now, AJ trying to walk over there. Derrick James is pushing him to the side like, yo, calm down. They almost had a brawl this now for nothing. That's corny. Like, you had all 12 rounds to knock him out, bro. Don't hit him after the bell. Oh my God. Anyway, I mean, it's the fight wasn't close, but you know, I feel like I got a couple rounds out of the fight of what I wanted from AJ, but I didn't get anything more than what we've gotten before, you know. I mean, he clearly knows how to defend and protect himself on the inside. Come on, AJ, why you hit him? Oh no, Joshua was trying to hug him, but then I don't know. I don't care. As long as there's no brawl. Yeah, it is. You supposed to blame Joshua. He hit him. The fight was over. Leave him alone, my man. Like, that's corny. Watt says decides to fight after the fight. All right, man. Give me Wilder. Give me Joyce. Give me Fury. Let's get it over with. Let's get it over with, bro. I don't even want to hear nothing else no more. Jermaine Franklin is tough though. He's durable. 118, 111. 117, 111. How did Bellew got into a fight with Franklin's team? That's crazy. Yeah, a few of y'all called a decision. Shout out to y'all. Most of us called a knockout, and we were all wrong. Did he ever really hurt Franklin? No, he didn't. I think honestly, I think not for nothing. I think that body shot he landed in the 11th round, was it? It was a left hook to the body. I think that body shot probably hurt him more than any other shot. And Franklin played it off well, but you know, I don't care, man. I don't care about the performance. I still want Fury. I still want Wilder, and if we can't get those two, give me Joe Joyce. That's it. That's it, man. I don't see the Joyce fight happening because I honestly think it's not the kind of fight for AJ. Meaning AJ needs time to think. He needs to reset. He needs to think about what he's going to do. And I think that's pretty much his problem. He needs time to think about what he's going to do next. They're waiting to interview with AJ. Franklin looks like he's already left the ring. So
inside this square circle, it's a different type of energy in here. So I apologize for anyone watching and seeing that type of stuff because we're sportsmen. But I respect Jermaine. I respect everyone here tonight. Eddie, thank you for this opportunity, fans and people at home watching. Thank you as well.
He forgot to thank Al Heyman.
Let's talk about the fight, AJ. Many in the lead up to this fight will say a knockout. What was important for you? You've lost your last 2, 3 of your last 5. Was it just important to get the win? The knockout is important to get the win, but you see, Jermaine's got someone else will knock him out probably from within, I reckon. But Jermaine's got a good duck and dive style. There was opportunities there.
Yeah, they're probably gonna make him fight Dillian White again, but
I respect him for that. Well done to him and his team for preparing. They were prepared for the fight. I should have knocked him out, but what can I say now? It's done. On to the next. You did land some big shots, but you landed a couple of big right hands, uppercuts, you hurt him to the body as well. Were you surprised that he was able to withstand those shots? You see, when people come to fight me, I think they muster up a different kind of energy. So I feel like he had a lot of pride, and he's here to prove himself. He ain't here to roll over. But yeah, I wish I could have knocked him 100%. But in the next 15 years, now I'll remember that fight anyway. Was you cautious? Maybe the output was less than what we're used to seeing from you. Was you cautious because of the extra weight you're carrying?
yeah, I don't want to see the Dillian White fight.
I just kind of trained to the sport.
I don't want to see it.
We're doing 13 rounds or 15 rounds. However I feel, I adapt my body. I don't really worry about my weight. But anyway, let's address the fans. How's everyone doing tonight? Rich boxing, it's an amazing thing. And honestly, I do appreciate every single one of you. No matter. I do appreciate every single one of you highly, but I wish I could come around and speak to every single one of you. I don't even want to speak to you out there. I speak to you all the time. We do speak a lot. A couple more points. I always, when someone speaks, I always ask what next. It's a question. It's a difficult question after a fight. But what next for AJ? We spoke and you said there are going to be 3 fights this year. This was the first one. What will be the second one? Dillian White's ringside. There's a guy called Tyson Fury at home. What do you want next, AJ? Well, you know me, I try and provide for the fans, so whatever. I know who the fans want. Who do the fans want? They said Fury.
They said Fury.
The ball's in his court. I would 100% be honored to compete for the WBC Heavyweight Championship of the world. I stand here and I say that proudly. I'll be an honor. So wherever you are, if you're listening.
He said, Tyson Fury, the ball is in your court. I would love to fight for the title. He said he can't wait to get back to Texas and develop more.
You know, I was going to ask the question about Tyson Fury. You heard the response. This was the first fight after back-to-back defeats. Do you go with Tyson Fury next? Do you go with a Dillian White?
Yeah, asking Eddie Hearn now.
I think that AJ's going to want the biggest fights. Tonight was a step down from Alexander Usyk, but there's a huge amount of pressure for him. You know, he's been training, he took himself away. It's his first fight with Derek James. I thought he ended the fight well. He's learning a lot, he's working on a lot, but like he said, they're not getting any younger. We would be willing to entertain those conversations now to go straight into a Tyson Fury fight in the summer. We've got Dillian White down there, you've got Deontay Wilder, you've got a lot of good fights. I think he's going to improve under Derek James. There's a lot of pressure and there's a lot of improvements to make, but at the same time, he's going to want the big fights as well.
AJ, look, before we let you go, let's still kick it in the ring. Before we let you go, when are we going to see you next? You promised me in the summer we're going to see you. Does that mean you're straight on a plane to Texas, get back in camp? Are we going to see you in the summer? Yes, you will see me in the summer for sure.
All right, he's going to return in the summer. Oh, he's speaking to Derek James real quick.
Two things there from AJ. We like the body work. We saw that. He was throwing the jab. There are things to work on, and it takes more than one fight camp to get in sync with a trainer. It's going to take a couple, isn't it?
Without a doubt. For me, it was really all about him getting out here, coming out and getting the win. Like I said, I don't care how he won it. I just wanted him to win. And after this, we'll come back and just build and build and build. You see that he was able to fight on the inside. You see how devastating the jab was. You see how his movement was. So now we're just going to go back and build and build and build.
Did you want a bit more aggression from him, Derek?
I think that towards the end, yeah, because I think that at the same time, I think it looked like he was ready to go. And that's why I wanted to pick it up. And I told him to pick up the pace a little bit for the last couple of rounds. But, you know, it comes with time. I think that the more and more we work together, the more and more he'll be able to do exactly what I need him to do.
You heard me ask a question there about Tyson Fury, potentially the WBC heavyweight champion. Is that a fight as a trainer that you would want next?
Yeah, listen, I'm the guy. I only want what he wants. So if that's what he wants, I want it for him. It's not my life to live. It's his business, so I care what he wants.
All right. Damn, I know there's a lot of comments here. I'm not going to get to all the comments, but what do you guys want in the comments next? You know, because I got to do a follow-up video on this. I'm going to take a chill for a little bit, and then I'll jump back on the other card later on tonight. Like late, though. I'll probably jump on like 9 or something. But since we here, what do y'all want next? Like next, you know, like what do y'all want the most next? Do you want Fury? Do you want Wilder? You want Joyce? You want White? You know, what do y'all want next? I'm not asking how you think he looked. I'm just asking what y'all want. And most of you guys are saying Wilder. And I see someone say Joyce. I'm surprised most of you not saying Fury. Most of y'all are saying Wilder. I see a Hrgovic is in there. I don't think Hrgovic is a 50-50 fight. I mean, that's just not my... I mean, listen, I know AJ didn't look phenomenal here. All right, but I don't think he is a 50-50 fight with Hrgovic. You know, it's just my opinion. I think he beats Hrgovic too. I mean, I'm not sleeping on him. I'm just saying, like, there are certain people I still think he beat, you know, but I don't know if that's the fight they're looking to make next. You know, I think if they're going to do something that's not Wilder, in Fury, they're going to go, or, you know, they're going to go with Dillian White, who's their own guy. You know, I don't think they're going to do Joyce, though. Like, I seriously doubt, because no one's forcing that, you know. So I doubt Joyce is gonna be the guy. I think that's all wrong for AJ right now. But I think Hrgovic, I mean, it's a good fight, but I don't think that's gonna be I don't think that's the directions they're looking to take. Yeah. Kufu said they should put AJ in another big fight. All I know is that this trainer stuff, like AJ's at a point where he's 33 years old. I was expecting more from him on the aggressive side of him. I was aggressive. I expected him to be more aggressive. I think there was just points of the fight where I like the elbows on the inside. I'm not the elbows, the uppercuts. My bad, not elbows. I like the uppercuts on the inside. He definitely knows how to defend. I mean, he definitely knew how to use his size when it came to tying up. But it was just too much. And from both ends, because I do feel like Franklin initiated a lot of those holds. He landed a lot of right hands. I feel like a lot of those right hands have knocked out fighters in the past. A few things. Overthinking, being too hesitant, looking over to his corner, not being aggressive enough. I think he still was just too conscious of burning out. The amount of holding was too much, and the lack of body shots. There was only a few moments in the fight where I felt like he landed a good left hook, like a clean left hook. And I wish I got a little bit more of that. I don't know what the game plan was. I don't know what him and Derrick James worked on or what exactly they prepared to do. But if you're going to move up and go back up in weight and be your heaviest you ever been, I expect you to use your size to your advantage. And the only thing that I saw that he did that made me feel like he was using his size was just tying up and leaning on the smaller Jermaine Franklin. You know what I'm saying? Making sure that Franklin wasn't going to get off on him on the inside. But as far as a fight, it wasn't that competitive to me. Franklin was tough. He was able to take the shots. He never was really hurt like that. All right. He did land some nice right hands and some jabs. He was able to bloody his nose really, really early. But even with Franklin, I mean, I can't compare this fight to the Dillian White fight. White really didn't do much of anything to Franklin. And that fight was close. This fight wasn't close. It was just AJ didn't do as good as many expected. There was moments in the fight where I saw that AJ looked like, he was going to do some damage or put him away. He didn't get it done. But I want to say 2 rounds out of the entire fight, I felt like AJ fought the way I wanted him to fight or I expected him to fight, I don't know. It is what it is. I just thought he was still being a little too cautious. All right, but I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of every reasonable explanation of this performance. He is with Derrick James. This is their first camp together. Not everybody's going to transition a lot in one camp. So this is something we also talked about. But at the same time, with his experience up to this point and knowing how he fought at one point, I figured the transition wasn't going to be that difficult, being that we've seen you fight really aggressive before. We've seen you put in real work and drop guys and destroy guys before. I don't know. I mean, look, when you think of Manny Pacquiao, right? For many, many years, we were saying, yo, he lost his killer instinct. He lost his killer instinct. I don't know if AJ had it. I think he was acting like he did, like in between rounds, talking, doing all this talking, turning around, trying to be tough. But when the round was active, I didn't see that same killer instinct when it was time to fight. You know what I'm saying? So it's a mental thing, just like many people said. It's a mental thing, and if it is a mental thing, it's something like I don't think we're gonna see any different anytime soon. Doesn't matter who trains him. You know, he got to want to do it. If you're still being hesitant at 33, I don't know, man. You're a 2-time world champion. If you're still being hesitant now, I really don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm glad there was no brawl at the end of that fight. I'm gonna make a quick review, a quick recap of the fight, and I'm probably gonna end up coming back on later on tonight for the Robesi Ramirez fight against Isaac Dobe. So I'll probably just be on, but I'm gonna be real chill when I come on. I'm not doing crazy commentary. I'll probably even open up the chat for you guys to jump on, log in, and whatever. I'll probably send some invites out. All right, just want to just watch the fight and chill. I have Robesi Ramirez winning that by a late stoppage. All right. So anyway, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. If you haven't already, also please hit the like button, man. It was a good live, and I'll see you guys in a few more hours, man. And that's it. Eric, thank you for the donation. He says AJ questioned himself. He has the skill and no will. I wouldn't say no will. All right. I wouldn't say no will. I don't want to get too extreme. What I'm saying is he's capable of doing more than that. But I don't want to sit here and say he has no will. That's not what I'm saying. I just feel that he can be more than what he is. I think mentally, I think he might lack the confidence. All right. But anyway, I'm out of here, man. Thank you for everyone that donated to the channel. Shout out to all the new subscribers. Thank you for everyone that liked the video, shared the video, and all that good stuff. And I'll see you guys back on in a couple hours. All right. Peace.